Good morning, everybody. My name is Fátima Alves. I'm the CEO of the Port of Aveiro and the Port of Figueira da Foz in Portugal. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to our webinar that is dedicated to decarbonization of small and medium ports. As you know, the current global situation of pandemic crisis has put health more than ever at the top of everyone's mind and helped us realize that we can never separate human health from environment and animal health. So it is increasingly clear that sustainability issues are fundamental to Europe's economic growth. The European Green Deal is just that, a new development strategy for Europe with the goal of creating jobs and generating health, in which the environment is the central pillar. And because climate change continues to humanity's greatest challenge, it is essential to accelerate investments that will bring us closer to achieve the goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. In this agreement, it is stated that transport is responsible for 25% of the EU greenhouse gas emissions, a trend that is still growing to achieve climate neutrality in 2050. A reduction in transport emission will be needed, to which road, rail, aviation, and maritime transport must contribute, and there is no doubt that transport must become dramatically less pollution. The waterborne transport in particular accounts for approximately 19% of world trade and 30% of the EU transport emissions. It is therefore clear that sea and inland ports have a major role to play, both as connection points on the own transport network as a multimodal node, ensuring connection to other modes of transport to the interland and integration with cities. As such, green ports as multimodal platform for sustainable and smart mobility have a great potential to lead this energy transition and push other ports to in this direction towards greenhouse gas neutral shipping. You may be asking the reason why this webinar is dedicated to small and medium-sized ports in particular, instead of ports in general, which is due to different circumstances of these ports when compared to the super large ports. Considering that in small and medium-sized ports, the unity-based emission is higher and its reduction is more challenging given such factors as financial and technological constraints or limited resources. Another factor is the representation of these ports. If we take a look at Europe, for instance, we will notice that small and medium-sized ports account for the largest share of the port market, which means they play a major role for an effective greening of the waterborne transport. Hence, in order to shape the green ports of tomorrow, we need to draw for recent success case and ideas to implement, demonstrate, and replicate best practice, models, and technology, special in small, medium ports, all across European Union and behind, thus driving the desired transition towards net zero journey. This is also the ambition of the Port of Aveiro, having already established its energy transition strategy recently approved, thus striving to actively contribute to the urgent need to reduce green gas emission in shipping. We, as a port authority, know that this journey will only be successful if done together with our stakeholders, in particular with our port community. So we should not dismiss our pivotal role connecting the logistic chain, which make us the perfect agents to induce change. With that being said, I wish you all this webinar interesting and that could help us in this carbon neutrality journey. Thank you all for being there and have a nice and fruitful session. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning to everybody. My name is Hugo Faria. I'm a senior researcher and consultant at Innova Plus, and I will be sharing this session. This first session is composed of several presentations from Port of Aveiro and local partners with a great set of experience and potential to showcase, and that's the main purpose of this first session. We will have a very tight agenda for which I ask all the presenters to be very respectful of their time, and we will have a Q&A session at the end if the time allows us. So with no further delay, let me introduce the first speaker, the first presenter. She will be Maria Manuel Cruz from Port of Aveiro, presenting us the Port of Aveiro case study. She is environmental manager and she has a degree on environmental engineering. She is responsible for sustainability and environmental management of Port of Aveiro and Port of Figueira da Foz, which work as a cluster, concerning mostly wastewater quality, wastewater, air quality, and noise management, as well as environmental monitoring itself. Maria Manuel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hugo. Good morning, everybody. Let's start presenting the case study of Port of Aveiro. Firstly,
We had some issue here. Let's wait just a few seconds to see if Maria Manuel can connect back again. Otherwise, we move with the agenda and then we recover Maria Manuel later on. Okay, so I think we move forward. Okay, we move forward to the next presentation, which is from PRIO, conducted by Cristina Correia, about the importance of advanced biofuels in the decarbonization of ports. Cristina Correia is R&D manager and innovation director at PRIO. She has a PhD in chemical engineering and over 14 years of experience in the oil and biofuels industry. Cristina, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugo. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here to share our vision in the importance of advanced biofuels. I'd like first to thank you to the Port of Aveiro for this opportunity. I will start sharing my screen. Can you confirm that you are seeing my screen? Yes, I'm seeing it.
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you very much and welcome all. I will start now. So I'm here to talk about the importance of advanced biofuels in the decarbonization of ports. I would like first to get to know PRIO a little bit, just for you to have some background on our company. Then a brief overview, what are advanced biofuels and what are our solutions for port decarbonization. And then I will finish with a reflection on the team. So who are we? So our mission is all about energy. And in an integrated value chain, we distribute and commercialize liquid fuels and LPG, and we are supported by a tank terminal in Port of Aveiro, where we have independent storage and primary logistics, and an advanced biodiesel plant. Mainly, we have 7 different business areas in our company group. Everything starts with the biodiesel plant, where we produce mostly advanced biodiesel, mainly from residues. Then we have the tank terminal, where we have the storage, and we ship the product for our clients and our gas station networks. So these industrial units are in Port of Aveiro. And then we have the network of more than 250 gas stations that are all over the country and also some in Spain. We also have the LPG business area, the lubricant areas, and the electric mobility, where PRIO is working since day one in Portugal. About advanced biofuels. So what are advanced biofuels? So for opposition to traditional biofuels, advanced biofuels are produced from feedstocks that come mostly from residues. So these are listed in Annex 9 of Renewable Energy Directive 2. And here are a few examples of those that are listed in the annex. So there are quite a few. And they are mostly coming from circular economy products. So it means the transition from a linear economy model, where you used to work with vegetable oils, virgin vegetable oils, to fats that come from a circular economy. So PRIO started in 2006 with conventional biodiesel. Then in 2013, we started working with this advanced biodiesel with increasing percentages of these raw materials. So we now work mainly from used cooking oils, more than 80%, and we are also working with more than 10 of these different residues that you see here. So even more sustainable raw materials. And we have developed 2 solutions that are specifically adequate for decarbonization of the shipping industry and the port activities. Those are eco bunkers and zero diesel. EcoBunkers is an advanced fuel that is a blend with 15% of our advanced biodiesel coming from residual feedstocks with 85% of high quality marine gas oil, and it's compatible with maritime and inland fleets. Zero diesel, it's an advanced biofuel and with 100% the biodiesel that we produce in our plant. And it's for fleets for the shipping that has more ambitious sustainability goals. I will talk briefly about each one of these solutions. So, EcoBunkers. Main advantage, no additional investment is needed because it's what we call a drop-in fuel. It can be mixed with, and diesel can be used in any engine, diesel engine, without the need for further investment, engine modifications, or any additional procedures. It contributes for a cleaner air, a cleaner planet, because it's environmental friendly and a clean alternative fuel that reduces pollutants both at local level, we have tested and measured it, and also the greenhouse gas emissions in a life cycle. And that is the value that you could see back then, that is about 18% of reduction. It's fully compliant with market standards, namely the ISO 8217. And we have done tests in a laboratory that works specifically with maritime engines that has shown that this EcoBunkers fuel brings a consumption reduction up to 10%, especially for higher engine load values. We are now working with Port of Aveiro in establishing some pilot projects with different maritime fleets to prove these results in a real environment. About zero diesel, so it's 100% biodiesel, so it comes with a higher GHG reduction emission, so up to 84%. So compared to regular diesel, it's very relevant. It's a high quality biofuel, it's fully compliant with European biodiesel standards, and it's compatible with diesel combustion engine technology. However, it's not compatible with all the engines that are in operation today. So we, for each customer, we analyze the compatibility and we suggest zero diesel or EcoBunkers. So to sum up, it's 100% renewable and sustainable, so it's free of fossil energy with up to 84% reduction of CO2 emission. It also contributes for a cleaner air and cleaner planet, both at local level and throughout the whole life cycle. And it also has some benefits that we have demonstrated in lab bench tests. It's better for the engine and for the environment because it has increased lubricant and detergent properties that can help eliminate accumulated engine contaminants. So, to sum up, why do we think that advanced biofuels are important for decarbonizing ports? Why? Because they are compatible with the existing fleet and infrastructure. So they don't bring the need for additional investment in vessels, piping, or technology. And so they are an immediate solution. We don't think they are the solution because we believe that to contribute for the carbon neutrality in the shipping industry and in port activities, many solutions are necessary. So we just think that these are an advantage solution because they are an immediate solution. So they can contribute for the shipping industry to meet the IMO's goals of reducing 50% of the total GHG emissions by 2050, and they are a solution also for reducing the emissions locally, nearby the ports. Thank you for your attention. Here are my contacts, and I will be available for your questions in the Q&A session.
Thank you, Christina, very much. And thank you also for being very compliant with the time. Thank you very much for this very nice presentation. So let's recover now Maria Manuel from Port of Aveiro. She is environmental manager at this port authority, and she will be presenting us the Port of Aveiro case study. Maria Manuel, come back. Welcome back.
Thank you again. Good morning, everybody. Let's start presenting the case study of Port of Aveiro. So a quick view of the port. It is located in the center of Portugal in the Aveiro region and inside a special area, protected area named called the Ria de Aveiro Lagoon that is linked with the Atlantic Ocean. The central region, where it belongs, has 2.4 million inhabitants, which gives the port a strategic position for the logistics purpose in Portugal mainland. Between the two main centers, Oporto and Lisbon, as well as between the coast and the interior of the country. The port is also well connected with Europe by rail and by road, being a comprehensive port of the TEN-T network. Considering the port of Aveiro itself, of course, you are talking about a SMP port. That means a small and medium-sized port with with 5.5 million tons handle per year and 1,000 vessels, and some terminals that handle the liquid bulk, the dry bulk, and general cargo. So, how to decarbonize the Port of Aveiro, I think is the question for this session, and the following presentation will give further the details. But the vision of the Port of Aveiro for its energy transition is based on, of course, the European Green Deal goals set by the European Commission, and it was fully developed within a consortium with more than 40 partners in application to the Green Ports Call submitted last January. So the Port of Aveiro will be a sustainable port enhancing an efficient and a digital way to promote energy efficiency, to the use of resources of renewable origin, the seamless flow of goods in an interconnect modal shift, its economic growth, social development, and environmental quality improvement, thus meeting the sustainable development goals. So some ideas for our action plans. Firstly, the roadmap and business plan. So we need to bring the port community together with us to establish a single vision to the greenhouse gas emission reduction. And also the renewable energy sources, because the Port of Aveiro intends to increase its energy autonomy to become a renewable energy self-sufficient port. Through investments, of course, in the firstly in the wind power and the photovoltaic power, and later on in the hydrogen and current tide power, and who knows what else. We intend to have a strong energy service in the ports, not only to the port's activities, but also to the ships at port with onshore power supply devices, and to the trucks and to the port equipments and to the whole facility. So we need to supply renewable energy and to supply all the port activities, all the port community. Of course, we support the port advanced biofuel as instead instead the fossil fuel, but Cristina has already talked about that. So we need to offer in the Port of Aveiro locally produced advanced biofuel to our ship and to our trucks and to our port equipment to decarbonize the journey. The energy efficiency is always with our agenda, and we have a new logistic area and industrial area, and we intend to have there a label as a green land use concept. So, of course, we can't forget the logistic chains and the efficiency, because it's very important also to the energy and all the digitalization that we need to support all the systems, so even logistics, even energy. And without a port community network, a strong port community network, we can't do that. And of course, you need to work with the city. The Aveiro is a smart city, and we can build a smart port city with a lot of actions between the port and the city. So now the Port of Aveiro, of course, is testing some advanced biofuel, is carrying out technico-economic feasibility studies to put in place the new solutions, is looking for European and national funding opportunities to support the necessary investments, and working closely with its sports community and other waterborne transport networks. So I think the following presentation will give more detailed information, but by now, what we intend in the Port of Aveiro is to reach the ultimate goal of becoming climate neutral into 2050. And thank you very much. We see that at the end. To you back.
Thank you, Maria Manuel, for this very short but comprehensive presentation on the Port of Aveiro case study and the positioning in the landscape. Thank you. I will, at this time, I will just remember our audience that we will have a Q&A session at the end. So if you have questions, please use this chat box in the YouTube to pose your questions. With no further delay, let's then move forward to the next presentation. And we will have Margarida Coelho from University of Aveiro. She is assistant professor at the Department of Mechanical Engineering. She is PhD in the same area. She is vice director of the Center for Mechanical Technology and Automation, and also scientific coordinator of a research team on smart mobility at the same department. And Margarida will be presenting us on the energy transition for a smart and sustainable mobility in port cities. Margarida, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I don't know if you can share, if you can see my screen.
Not yet.
What about now?
It's yes.
Can you confirm?
Now it is perfect.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. So my name is Margarida Coelho. I'm a professor at University of Aveiro in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, where I also serve as Vice Director of the Research Center, Center for Mechanical Technology and Automation. And in the University of Aveiro, we develop research on mobility on different fields that I have listed here. And we are also launching the master degree on smart mobility very soon. And what is the motivation of our research? Basically, we know that transport employ more than 10 million people. The transport system and mobility is critical to European businesses and global supply chains. But at the same time, transport is without cost to our society. We have greenhouse gases and pollutant emissions. We have noise, road crashes, congestion. So today, transport emissions represent more than 1/4 of the European Union total greenhouse gas emissions. And the sustainable and smart mobility strategy of the European Commission, launched at the end of last year, has as objective a 90% cut in emissions by 2050. And namely, waterborne transport has decarbonization challenges in the next decades. And some of the key areas that I just outlined that involve the port sector. So the sustainable and smart mobility strategy want to boost the uptake of zero emission vehicles and vessels, to create zero emission ports, to have healthy and sustainable interurban and urban mobilities, also involving the cities, and to green the freight transport. So here is where our research relies on. And here is the vision, my vision, to tackle a smart and sustainable mobility in port cities. I will outline several projects that we have here at University of Aveiro on these three areas: alternative fuels and propulsion modes, automated mobility, and also intelligent transportation systems, digitalization, and mobility as a service. So starting by the first one on the alternative fuels, we have several projects on biofuels, and namely we had one project that involved the microalgae derived biofuel production, and we assessed all the life cycle chain. So we made a life cycle assessment, also an economic feasibility analysis to know which were the hotspots in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and energy consumption. And namely, we found out that the lipid extraction process is a very detrimental process for these micro biofuels production. Not only for alternative fuels, but also conventional fuels, we have the capability to look microscopically and assess second by second greenhouse gas emissions, also NOx and particulate matter emissions, in order to understand how the driver volatility can be correlated with the emissions of the vehicle. And now doing a bridge between the alternative fuels and propulsion modes and the automated mobility, some of the research, and I think one of the potential for our cities, for the smart cities, is the linkage between alternative energy and automated mobility. And we can do some simulation, and I'll put here a very small video in which we can simulate different types of vehicles, not only conventional vehicles, but also automated vehicles, also bicycle with the presence of bicycles, pedestrians. So basically, what did we make in this research? We assessed the effect of automated vehicles, but also electric vehicles on emissions, and we saw the potential for the reduction of the emissions in the city. And basically also taking into account the electricity production to charge the battery of these electric vehicles, what we found out is that if we have a percentage of 10% of automated electric vehicles, we can achieve a reduction on 10 to 40%, 14%, depending if we are talking on CO2 or NOx, but this percentage can increase into a reduction of 50 to 56% if we have a scenario of 50% of automated and electric vehicles. And also for air quality, this is this has lots of potential, and we have a project going on that involves the assessing of the effect of automated electric vehicles on emissions and air quality, and we had a reduction on about 30% on some emissions and also concentrations. So we can talk about automated electric vehicles, but if we can join, for example, between a port environment and the city, a shared vehicle. So basically, in order to have a SAAV, that stands for Shared Automated and Electric Vehicles, this can bring additional advantages. But it's very important to not only study the use phase, but start from the production of that vehicle, taking into account not only the vehicle, but also the batteries and the sensing and computing system, and going until the end of life of that vehicle. So basically, we are studying the impact, different impact categories, not only the global warming potential, but other impacts. And what we are also establishing as scenarios are different types of electricity generation. And with what we found out is that the electricity generation based on wind power is the most promising and can reduce about 41 to 49% on the impacts of mobility. Finally, on the ITS, digitalization and mobility as a service, basically the university is working with several projects, with several partners, and basically my acknowledgement also to the Port of Aveiro, to the partnership that we had in European proposal, because this partnership between different partners are really, really important. So the university is working with the municipality of Aveiro in one project called Aveiro STEAM City, under the development of a multi-technology communication, computing and sensing infrastructure in Aveiro to support innovative services in the area of mobility, environment and energy. we are working with automotive-related companies in the launch of a future vehicle, and one of the use cases will be in Aveiro, namely on the communication between vehicles and infrastructure and vehicles, pedestrians, and bicycles. And finally, we are coordinating two Interreg Euro projects, mainly through ITS, to reduce the carbon emissions. So how can we have a low carbon and sustainable mobility with intelligent transportation systems? And also the concept of mobility as a service. How can these mobility as a service platforms that can be useful not only for passengers but also for freight, how can we get a low carbon mobility service? So at the end of the day, I think my three take-home messages are: first, it's essential, if we want a smart and sustainable mobility, it's essential to have multidisciplinary projects and actions to work together, ports, municipalities, regions, universities, and companies. And the proposal and the cooperation that we are establishing with the Port of Aveiro is one of these examples. Second, data is really the next fuel. It is essential to make reliable decisions. This is important for decision makers. It's essential for researchers to have reliable data when we work on life cycle assessment, on vehicle emissions, also on mobility as a service. And last but not the least, a synergy between different energy transition options, technologies, and individual behavior is essential for a smart and sustainable mobility. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward for the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Margarida. So let's move to the next speaker. We will have now Hugo Campelo from EFASEC, and he will be presenting on energy hubs for ports, integrated energy management in green ports. Hugo is technology director of the systems business unit at EFASEC. He is graduated in chemical engineering and PhD in the same topic, and is been researching in the last years, mainly in the fields of thermal management of power transformers. Hugo, thank you. Welcome to the session, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. Today I'm dividing this presentation in two different sections. So I'll first address who we are as a company, what we do, and secondly our role and a particular solution to help and enable the decarbonization of ports. So going forward with the company, so we are a technology providing a company. We operate from Portugal mainly, and we are focused in three main vectors of business, so energy, mobility, and environment. And going from products and manufacturing products such as transformers, switchgear, up to a more integrated solution, so engineering, procurement, and construction of complete turnkey projects like electrical substations, hydropower plants, and transportation systems, namely light rail tram systems. So a few numbers just to give a brief picture, an idea. So we are more than 2,000 persons, and we are mostly based in Portugal, I said before, and operating mostly to European markets. So what's going on with energy, namely today? Most of the speakers and the colleagues that already contributed today already put here some key aspects. Anyhow, everyone is seeking opportunities of going greener, of reducing and contributing to the decrease of the CO2 emissions, electrifying as much as possible, producing its own energy whenever possible. So this comes with more complexity, more distributed and decentralized generation. Anyhow, the requirements remain the same. So energy, independently of the vector we are talking, either electrical energy or other vectors, they need to be available, reliable, and secure. So we need to handle all these challenges together, while optimizing the costs and diversifying the revenue streams. And this is valid for all organizations, not exclusively ports. But ports are a particular ecosystem. As already mentioned, they contribute significantly to the global CO2 emissions. And they are particular and very critical infrastructures and ecosystems. Just as an example, I picked here the results of a survey conducted a few years ago, and it's evident that the priorities, and namely when it comes to energy consumption and their quality, are in the top of mind of every port in Europe. So and what can be an enabler, a solution? So a particular solution that can enable these goals, and that can be a platform for an interaction of all the stakeholders involved in a port. And so that's what we call an energy hub. Or a port energy center, as seen here. So we are talking of a solution that comprises infrastructure and products, but all glued in an energy management platform. So in a digital platform. So we are talking of solutions that can range from shore power substations to supply ships and other port vehicles. Also on EV charging solution for all the vehicles that circulate in a port, and that might be and becoming increasingly electrical. We are talking of demand side solutions for the buildings to enable demand side energy savings. We are talking of high voltage solutions to connect these ecosystems as much as possible to higher voltage levels and higher voltage existing infrastructures. We might be talking of train and train solutions if the port has such facilities, as the case of Porto Aveiro. We are talking of other energy solutions, not only electrical, but that might exist. So all of these enabled in a communication through a communication infrastructure, and managed through this multi-instance system. So drilling down and going down with more details on the particular characteristics of these management systems. So we are talking of a platform with embedded forecasting tools to allow a proper balance between the generation and the demand side. We are talking about embedded digital twins of the multiple resources of this particular ecosystem. We are talking about functionalities to enable interfaces with different stakeholders, namely the distribution system or the transmission system operators, to enable ancillary services, which can be in fact additional revenue streams, and other optimization tools. Also important to say, we are talking of managing a distributed architecture that might involve battery energy storage systems. We might have, depending on the electrical infrastructure, AC or DC connections and equipment. So this demands an integrated operation of all these architectures, and as well as the EV charging stations and the bidirectionality of these stations, in order for them to be able to supply the vehicles, but also to be able to supply other loads in the system. So this is just to give you an overview. I'm open for questions during the Q&A session, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Hugo, for this overview on the possibilities. Now we will move to Teresa Marques from Bondalti. She will bring us a presentation on the H2 Enable project, the hydrogen wave for our chemical future. And she has a degree on electrotechnical and computer engineering, and also a degree on operations research. She is currently Deputy Director of Integrated Production Planning and Energy at Bondalti, and she has also a relevant participation in European business associations, and therefore Bondalti will bring us a very relevant overview as well. Teresa, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this session. I don't know if you are already looking at the screen. I will try to in these few minutes to try to thank you all for participating in this. I'm having some trouble sharing, I believe.
You are sharing your screen, yes?
Yeah, I think yes. Can you see the?
Not yet.
So thank you for allowing me to participate in this webinar, and I would like to welcome everyone to this meeting. I'm going to talk about Bondalti and our project to produce hydrogen in Portugal, which is kind of well known in national terms. So I will try to give you an overview of our company, and then we will talk about the H2 Enable project, which is the project to produce green hydrogen in Portugal, in Aveiro. So Bondalti is a chemical company which is part of a big group of companies, which is José de Melo, which is one of the biggest business conglomerates in Portugal. We have already 120 years of history. We began with the elderly CUF company, which was one of the biggest companies in Portugal on the 1970s. Our mission is to create innovative and sustainable chemicals, and we are trying now to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. And our vision is to make long-lasting relationships based on high-quality innovative solutions and environmental standards, and create value to people, shareholders, clients, suppliers, and the community. Just some key figures. We are one of the biggest main players in production of aniline, and one of the second largest Iberian chloralkali producer. On the chloralkali sector, we are already a hydrogen producer by electrolysis, and we are one of the biggest Portuguese hydrogen consumers. So this puts us in a central and key position to become one of the biggest producers of hydrogen in Portugal, because we have the expertise of producing through electrolysis, and also we have a procurement of hydrogen that makes this project have scale to reduce the hydrogen costs. We also are located at Estarreja. We have an industrial site at Porto Aveiro, and we have another big plant in Torrelavega, Spain. As I said, our main goal is to become carbon neutral by 2030. We are aiming to produce green chloralkali chemicals with 100% renewable electricity consumption. And by chloralkali chemicals, we also include the hydrogen that is produced when we are producing through electrolysis chlor through brine. Also, we would like to take advantage of the green hydrogen production to produce green ammonia, which is also a very important chemical for ports. This hydrogen can also be used to reduce the carbon footprint of our products and also of our heating needs. And we want to be in a big position to be a hydrogen supplier for not only for our company, but also for refineries, for methanol, for the mobility sector, which is why we are talking in this forum, and also for e-fuels. To understand a little bit about Bondalti and our hydrogen value chain, we are at Estarreja, where we are producing these two products, which are aniline and chloralkali. We receive through Porto Aveiro one of our biggest raw materials, which is benzene, and also we export one of our most important products, which is aniline, which is the product we are trying to become green. So putting into a little bit of a scheme, we are producers of chloralkali products, which include hydrogen. This hydrogen is used internally on our production process of aniline and derivatives, which is combined with gray hydrogen that we buy from a neighboring company. And then we use also green ammonia, gray ammonia that we import from other places to produce our main product, aniline, that is exported by the Porto Aveiro. What we would like to have is a completely storage feedstock of electricity by renewable modes that can allow us to produce this hydrogen as green, and then to use in our current value chain and our current production process, and complement it with a production of green hydrogen produced from water electrolysis that can help us substitute this gray hydrogen and also have a surplus to feed the market, including Porto Aveiro, to be used as fuels or to be used as feedstocks or fuels to substitute heat production by other means of fuels. So we are trying to take advantage of our position being 50 kilometers from Aveiro port, to try to take the scale and lost costs of hydrogen to introduce the hydrogen in the port of Aveiro with low costs, improving therefore the decarbonization of the port and contributing to the national strategy for decarbonization. Also, we are going to try to produce from green hydrogen the green ammonia, and this green ammonia will allow us to put our aniline very, very green. So with this, we put our final end product without no carbon footprint, with less carbon footprint to export, and also use this ammonia to export and to be used, for instance, also in the shipping industry, which is one of the uses of this product. Just to make you aware of the scale we are talking about, we are dividing this project into 4 phases. The first phase is a small phase that we are going to use this hydrogen just for our green ammonia and Bondalti needs. And we believe that in 2030 we will be able to start feeding the national market with green ammonia and green hydrogen to be used for instance, in transport mobility. And then we are going to increase, and we expect by 2040 to increase tenfold the initial project, being able to produce more than almost 180,000 tons of hydrogen per year to feed also the national market and export for other countries and for international markets. And this is my contacts, so I will leave them if you want to have any questions. I'd like to thank you, and I'll be available for any question you may have.
Thank you, Teresa. For sake of our tight schedule, let's move forward to the next presenter. She will be Caroline Vodraska from Marlow. Caroline is Senior Project Management Consultant at Marlow. She has a degree in biotechnology engineering. She has been working and coordinating strategic plans mostly on water resources, and in the past years as well in focusing in the maritime, transport and logistics sectors. Caroline, thank you very much. She will be presenting on digitalization of logistics and the particular case of Port of Aveiro. Thank you, Caroline. The floor is yours.
Hi, good morning. I hope you can watch my presentation. Yes? Okay, thank you. Okay, so first of all, just thank Ports of Aveiro for the invitation. Marlow is going to present about digitalization in logistics and the case study of the digital gate that we are developing in the port. So digitalization in logistics, starting there. Marlow is one of the featured members of the European technology platform ALICE that is set up to develop comprehensive strategy for research, innovation, and market deployment of logistics and supply chain management in Europe. This ALICE is an alliance of stakeholders and shippers, from shippers to supply chains providers, and that studies and looks at how it will be future logistics globally talking and in Europe. And for future logistics from global to urban will be founded on an open global logistics systems connecting logistics networks founded on physical, digital and operational interconnectivity. And what the idea of this alliance, it's going further zero emission, as you all know, because of the Green Deal. And we would say that in terms of digitalization, we are at innovative supply chain design and service integration level. So I would say that we are going further and going well, further as zero emission helped and sustained by the digitalization in the corridors and hubs and synchromodality. Just explaining you this because it's important to understand that in the coming decade, the number of trends driving the need for innovation in hubs, corridors, and synchromodality, and in that case, ports are a very important key stakeholder in these corridors, and these trends that have been identify includes transport and supply chain processes that needs to be well aligned, have well aligned systems, the greening of supply chains is also very, very important. Logistics data and ICT solution will accelerate all the to give a dynamic transport management and to improve the digitalization of logistics. Also, globalization, socio-demographic changes will be a key of great importance in this transition in logistics. Saying that, going particularly to the Port of Aveiro case, we were challenged by the Port of Aveiro, a multifunctional port that has several terminals, to digitalize 3 of their terminals. In this case was the North Terminal, the main multipurpose terminal the port has, the solid bulk terminal and the liquid bulk terminal. Marlow was challenged by the administration of the port to take these 3 terminals and make to include digitalization and digital gate in the entrance and in the management of these terminals. For that, of course, we had to start by document all the access control to the port, to the purpose of the future processes model for entrances, also include all the community actors. That is really very important, to have all the stakeholders in the discussion, in going further a solution for the port, for the entrance, for the management, for the optimizations of the operations in the port, and evaluate the costs and benefits of this. The main idea was, of course, to have a terminal entrance, a digital gate that would include all and promote all these different features. With booking, have a pre-scheduling of the actions, also include the request of the access, to have an order management also included, so we know for what these carriers will go, and for the cargo for which operator is going. The entry and exit control. Don't forget, ports are international areas, so it's mandatory to know exactly who is inside, who is getting in, getting out, and of course, if needed, waiting management, waiting park management, to try not to have too much carriers outside the port. For that, also, it's very important to explain that in Portugal we are starting now. We are already implementing the Portuguese Logistics Single Window. That helps a lot to get for the next step of digitalization in ports and in logistics, because a lot of information is in that platform. So the Portuguese Logistics Single Window is a collaborative platform that gives real-time information and aligns processes in operations, also in ports. And the synchronizations of operations, it's crucial for the logistics to go further and to optimize all the operations. For that, also, we need from the side of the port to have all the informations when the entrances in the digital gate. And for that, we also managed to design a solution for the Port of Aveiro in those terminals I was saying to you, to read and to collect data. This the collection of this data with the information coming from the single window will give to Port of Aveiro a lot of information and data collection to even to make decisions and to optimize all the information. Here you can see like a croquis of a carrier coming in the terminal barriers, the terminal gate. You have the kiosk to make all the identification of the driver, of the cargo, of the movement is going to have to be done inside the port. We have the LPR, also plates recognition readers, and examples of several types of recognition that it's important information to know at each moment who is going in and who is going out. Also, this is very interesting in the data collective, but also the outputs of all this information. With all this data information that we have, we can do a lot of working, a lot of solutions and a lot of outputs with using the big data and the Internet of Things, like consolidate events such as operator and terminal users, manage warehouses and open areas availability in the port, establish best routes and routes optimization in the port for drivers to and from the quay, manage and optimize the empty load running. That's very important because a lot of those drivers come in with cargo and get out of the port with nothing, and we would like to optimize that type of empty load running. Manage the estimate time of arrival. This is also very interesting for the operators of the port to know, to say to the drivers, to say to the companies that bring their goods in the port, the boat, the vessel is late or not. So this estimate time of arrival to be in this information is very important for consolidating information. Manage port entrances, increase the rail transport efficiency, very important, and collecting all the image data and indicators of the port operations will give also to the Port of Aveiro all the information towards a business intelligence tool for decision support. Just closing the presentation. Hope it wasn't too much information. Marlo's role in the green logistic is being in the main activity of this company, since we are involved in the creation of innovative technologies for green logistics, like mixed move match solution was a spin-off from Marlo 3 years ago, and it was a digital platform for supply chain execution that enabled 50% of carbon footprint reduction for large-scale logistics operation. We were appointed in 2016 for best innovator in Europe in that category, and we are also shaping the role of smart ports using technology to reduce carbon footprint through an innovative digital solution. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope I was on time, Hugo.
Almost on time.
Okay.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
At this stage, we are now closing the session 1. I would like to, of course, thank you very much to all presenters for these very interesting and engaging presentations. I would like to emphasize that the idea of this first session, indeed, and I think it was achieved, is to showcase that we talk from Aveiro to the European Union. We talk from Aveiro and this great set of stakeholders that they have already in place, and therefore with a great potential to showcase and to develop and to actually improve regarding environmental performance and others in the future. Regarding the Q&A session, since we are very tight in our agenda, we have a 5 to 7 minutes delay already. We are behind the schedule. So our suggestion is that please keep putting your questions in the chat box in the YouTube. We are collecting them. Myself, I had a few challenges to put to presenters, but for the sake of the agenda and our schedule, we will do alternatively the collection of the questions afterwards, and then we will put the corresponding responses and feedbacks from the presenters in the corresponding web page in the Port of Aveiro site. Okay. So, with this, I thank you all again very much. I hope that the attendees were able to be also engaged and thrilled by this potential that we try to showcase here. And I would like to thank you all again, and hope that the next session that will start very, very immediately will be also as interesting as this one. Thank you very much, and see you at the end of the webinar.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Good morning. I think I'm on.
Good morning.
Well, we will start. Good morning, all, and our speakers for the next session too.
Good morning.
I think we must start. So the session 2 is dedicated to best practice at European ports. Before we start, let me advise everyone that we will share the presentations by email to all the ones that have registered, and we can have the chat conversation under our YouTube that is running live. I will start with the first topic, that is local-based solutions toward energy production. And I will give the floor to Joseph Sanz Adjunct. Since 2014, he is part of the R&D Energy Transition team in Fundación Valencia Port. He has been working in several initiatives to improve sustainability of port operations in topics such as energy efficiency, renewable resources, and alternative fuels. Joseph, are you okay to start? Welcome.
Yes, I'm okay. Just give me 2 seconds. Let me share the presentation. I think, can you see it?
Not yet. If you need our help, I'll ask our staff to put your presentation on.
Let me check.
Can you put on the presentation mode?
I think I should be sharing it now.
Now. Okay, let's start. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this event. I'm going to talk and display briefly and get an update about the current state of the H2Port projects. Please just allow me half a minute about who we are. I work in Fundación Valencia Port, which is an entity aimed at providing innovation and promoting innovation at the cluster of the Port of Valencia. And we do that in many ways. One of the most important ways is promoting innovation projects in several areas. One of the most important right now is sustainability and energy transition, in which H2Ports belongs. Just a brief overview of the H2Port projects and objectives. H2Ports, which is funded by the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, aims at testing hydrogen and fuel cell in a port environment. And we are going to test 2 applications. A rich stacker in a container terminal, specifically in MSCTV. You can see the terminal here. And the yard terminal tractor in a RoRo terminal, Valencia Terminal Europa, which is owned by Grimaldi Group, and will be tested. This is the terminal. And as they are terminal equipment and cannot exit the terminals, a mobile solution has been necessary to be developed for the refueling. And we will see some details on the 3 pilots in the following slides. Just a brief description of the partnership. We are Fundación coordinators, and we have key partners in each type of the fundamental typologies of partners for the success of the projects. We have the support of the Port Authority of Valencia. We have also the presence of outstanding research institutions such as Centro Nacional del Hidrógeno, Athena. Also relevant the presence of key players from the industry, such as the Hyster Group, Ballard as fuel cell producer and then a gas. And I would like to highlight the commitment and the role of the end users and the interest of the technology, which is a key factor for the success of a project like this one. Just very briefly, project structure, 6 work packages, 3 of them related to the pilots, 1 of them cross-cutting, and 2 of them the general ones, project management and communication. We're going to see some more information on some of them. Work package 2, hydrogen supply. This is a brief description of the hydrogen supply solutions, which have 2 parts, fixed part and a mobile unit. The mobile unit is the one that actually carries the refueling by difference of pressures and has, this is the one that you can see here, and has hydrogen tanks at 2 different levels of pressure, 300 bar and 450, just for energy saving. The mobile unit will be fueled by a compressor, which is located in, is going to be located in a fixed part, which takes the hydrogen for the buffer tank, which will be the one receiving the hydrogen from an external supplier. The hydrogen refueling station has been designed to deliver up to 60 kilograms, which is a little bit oversized. It's a little bit over our needs. And you can see also the hydrogen flow rate. The hydrogen refueling station has been designed and constructed. The work package leader is Centro Nacional del Hidrógeno, and all other partners participating in this work package. Work package 3 is the construction of a ridge stacker. The work package leader is the Hyster Group. This is a new building. You can see the design in this slide. You can see the tanks and the fuel cell, which is going to be 2 45 kilowatts Nuvera fuel cells. A very important factor with this is the close relationship and collaboration between the group, Hyster Group, and the MSC terminal as end user, which is a key factor to guarantee that the ridge stacker will be actually used and selected smoothly. As the goal for the manufacturer is to have a reduction of CO2 that comes from the use of hydrogen, but also lower TCO and improve productivity. The third pilot and second machinery, in this case is a retrofit, it's not a new building. A diesel turbine will be converted into a hydrogen and fuel cell. So that implies removing the engines and transmission, etc., and including the electric motor, the fuel cell, tanks, batteries, etc. You can see up on the right the design, the fuel cell on the side. You also can see the tanks and the batteries, and a picture of the day they start removing the diesel engine. This the work package leader for this retrofit is Athena, which is carrying out the retrofit, and the fuel cell provider in this case is Ballard, which is also doing a reboxing of a standard commercial module. So in both cases, they are already working on it in both the construction and retrofit, and we will see the planning later on, but we expect to have one of them finalized either at the end of the year or the beginning of next year. We have also a very important work package, which is cross-cutting to define all hydrogen is new for the port sectors. Is not only to have the machinery, but also to resolve a lot of issues that are unknown, and this is the work package for that, in which logistic, regulatory, and market aspects are analyzed. Just a brief update about the planning. We started in the beginning in 2019. We have been a significant impact on the COVID situation that has delayed all pilots. That means that we were expected
Joseph, you have 1 minute. Sorry, you have 1 minute. Thank you.
We expected to have it already working, but we have suffer at least 1 year delay. That means that we will have right now we expect to have all equipments starting the operation either at the end of this year or beginning of next year. They will operate 2 years, so the end of the project is expected for 2023. Just this has been very brief. If you want more information, you can join the social networks of the project and also visit our website where there is more information, and even subscribe to our newsletter.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Very good, Josep. Thank you. I will pass now, have the floor to Dimitris Spirou. He's a strategic planning and marketing consultant of Piraeus Port Authority, and he specializes in integrated information systems. Dimitris, the floor is yours. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much. It's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you, and thank you very much for inviting me to present Piraeus Port Authority in today's webinar. Piraeus Port is, as you probably know, the biggest port in Greece and one of the biggest port in Europe in terms of cargo handling and passengers throughput, according to the data from 2019, before the COVID crisis. As the Port of Piraeus played a key role in the leadership of ancient Athens, so today being supported by the strategic position between three continents, it acts as a lever of development of both the international trade and the national economy. It is extended from 4 municipalities and has a coastline of about 40 kilometers. It is a multi-purpose port and operates container terminals, car terminals, cruise and domestic line terminals, and a very important ship repair zone. PPA continuing to improve its environmental strategy after its privatization in August 2016, has elaborated and implements an environmental policy considering the European and national environmental legislation, provides cost-effective and competitive facilities and services with small impact on the environment, minimizing adverse emissions on the natural and social environment, implements a well-advanced level of organization and environmental management, and we implement a unified quality management system and environment certified according to ISO 9001, 40,001, and 50,001, while we own the Port Environmental Review System certification known as PERS since 2011. In this context, PPA has developed an action plan aiming at the gradual configuration of the port into a sustainable and a low-carbon footprint transport hub. The action plan was developed in the framework of the European project SUPER. Through this action plan for PPA, we developed a detailed carbon footprint calculation system and an energy management system aiming at the search for the appropriate measures that will drastically reduce the carbon footprint in the port and improve the energy efficiency of it. Through this action plan, we focus, and our target is a zero emission port for 2050, using using renewable energies, cold ironing functionalities, and energy, and then modern energy consumption management. We work towards to a dynamic position in the development of new technologies and and in the definition of the environmental strategic planning with objectives to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, to improve energy efficiency through mapping and reducing energy consumption, to increase the share of renewable energy sources in energy consumption, to introduce carbon dioxide emission technologies in ports and ships, and to propose the offshore power supply for ships and cruise ships. The Port Authority of Piraeus, recognizing the greatest challenge of the time and the need to address the climate crisis, supports and promotes practices and investments in green technologies and environmentally sustainable operations aimed at protecting the natural environment and social well-being. Piraeus Port is very active in research and innovation field, as it participates in numerous of EU projects as partner. We focus on innovative technologies, sustainable transport, safety and security issues, environmental actions, and social cohesion and responsibility issues. The slide summarizes the latest project of PPA, especially participating in the projects Green Seaports and Pixel. We developed the expansion of the existing network of air quality and noise monitoring stations at the port, and in coordination with the development of an artificial intelligence-based environmental model, we focus in predicting environmental conditions in and the around area of the port. With the participation in Poseidon Med 2 and Super LNG project, we aimed to developing the critical mass of LNG supply points in Eastern Mediterranean, with the aim to establish a solid ground towards the adoption of LNG as marine fuel in Eastern Mediterranean Sea, while making Greece an international marine bunkering and distribution hub for LNG in Southeastern Europe. At the same time, emissions will be reduced, thus contributing and promoting the European Union environmental policy. In the context of the European Green Deal, PPA participates in the EELIN project for contributing the global project aiming to accelerate the transition to electrification and deployment of onshore power supply solutions by 2025 in at least 16 EU maritime ports belonging to 3 different sea basins in Mediterranean, Atlantic, and Baltic and Black Sea. The action aims to establish a suitable technical framework based on EU and national legislations and to lead all the necessary preparatory studies for effective implementation of onshore power supply infrastructure in the ports of the EELIN project consortium. Last but not least, PPA participates in an Orion project through which we support, between the others, to enhance the innovation in the field of green shipbuilding, investigate and promote the available green technologies, promote green ship technologies and applications as a tool for achieving the EU environmental objectives. Closing, I would like to stress that we work to transform the port of Piraeus into an innovative, net zero carbon, circular, inclusive, and resilient port by 2050, following our vision and aspiration to transform the port of Piraeus to a green and innovative port, delivering high-quality services to the global value chain, driving economic prosperity, maintaining a healthy environment, and enabling thriving communities through shared aspirations and collective accountability.
Thank you, Dimitris.
Thank you very much.
quite
Okay.
interesting to know your work at Piraeus Port Authority. We will now go for our second topic of this session, that is under digitalization to smart and connected ports. I will call now Piotr Fraskowiak to talk about building digital and green environment for intermodal at Gdynia Port. Piotr is a manager of intermodal and traffic development of the Baltic Container Terminal at Gdynia Port. He's an experienced manager with demonstrated history of working in logistics and supply chain industry. Piotr, the floor is yours. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this introduction. Let me try to share the screen. I hope it should be in a moment visible.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Piotr Fraskowiak. I'm from Baltic Container Terminals in the Port of Gdynia, and would like to take this opportunity to tell you about our digitalization project and its very favorable impact for our port environment. First, I'm going to tell you a little bit about our port, Gdynia Port, then my company, then intermodal environment, which is the environment we apply to our IT tool, then about the project we took part on and the environmental impact of that. Gdynia Port is located on the southeast coast of Baltic Sea. This is medium-sized universal port having container terminals, ro-ro terminals, break bulk and bulk terminals. Already for several years, we are beating the records of transshipment. So although the pandemic situation in 2020, we reached another record of over 24 million tons transshipped and more than 900,000 TEUs transshipped. The Baltic Container Terminal is the second biggest and the oldest terminal in Poland, one of the two which are placed in Gdynia Port. It's already operating more than 40 years. We differentiate from our competitors with the highest quality of our service, and we are also the intermodal leader on the market. We heavily also invest in IT and the new technology to achieve our goals. Intermodal business has developed in Poland very dynamically through the last few years, well, more than 15 years, but in quite wild manner. So there are still, although the volume is high, there are still old-fashioned procedures and old-fashioned regulations, and the communication between the players in the intermodal chain are still very traditional, like using phones, faxes, radio communication, and adding Excel spreadsheets to the emails. Of course, the big players, they have their own operational systems, but these systems are not meant for the communication. So the digital community is rather small and fragmented. So we detected that there is a strong need in the market of the electronic common platform, which enabling system-to-system integration at low cost and relatively with a small effort. That's why we took part in the Commodality project, which is an international research and implementation project co-financed by the Interreg Central Europe. In this project, the companies are looking for the IT tools, helping and improving them with the coordination and communication with the hinterland. In this project, there are 10 entities from Italy, Slovenia, Germany, Hungary, and of course, Poland. And each of the companies work on its own project, on its own pilot. Our pilot is the intermodal communication and coordination platform we called INCOS. In this platform facilitates system-to-system integration of all the partners taking part in the chain. Of course, system integration is a preferable mode of the passing information, but we also have the web user interface for the ones who haven't got the operational system to connect. Also, the other important aspect is that this platform put the order in the process, make it clear, understandable, and propose the common standards which were missing. So the platform is very useful. It responds to the user needs. It's open for the access, no formal or no financial obstacles to that. And being the BCT product, it's very flexible and dynamic. We can easily change it, modify due to our new conditions or new needs. For all the participants, the platform offers the benefits. We can group in the three categories. The first one is the operational cost reduction. The second, they increase the capacity without any hard investments. And last but not the least, that increase the competitiveness and sales of each of them. But how about the environment? What has to do with the environment? So the port of Gdynia is surrounded by the city. In fact, the port was built first, and then the city grew all over that. So together with the neighbor cities, this is almost 1 million inhabitants agglomeration, and has a natural green environment protected area very close to the city. The port generates a lot of traffic, especially container terminals. So there is almost 1,000 trucks going in and out daily to the container terminals, and more than 200 rail wagons, which were shunted from the port station to the terminals through, and all of that through the city. So these create a lot of pollution and CO2 contamination, creates a lot of noise 24/7 because the traffic is night and day. And of course, the road traffic creates a lot of traffic jams, congestion, and the accidents. Our platform offering the real-time exchange of the information and the conditions for the much better planning of the wagons management at the port, it has a very favorable impact on the environment directly by reduction of the rail traffic, which is elimination of the single locomotive transit and the accumulation of the wagons by the trips. So in the result, reducing the number of the trips, and indirectly by the helping of shifting containers from the road to rail intermodal way of delivery. So this is how our small digitalization project, which is focused on the optimizing our process, has a.
Thank you very much, Payot.
Thank you.
Now I will give the floor for our next speaker, Dr. Paolo Pagano. He is the director of the SNIT, Inter-University Consortium for Telecommunications, representative at the Livorno Port Authority and part of Port of Livorno Joint Laboratory. He has been working in advanced sensing and networking in seaports. The floor is yours, Dr. Paolo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isabel. Let me share my screen. Share screen. Can you see it?
Not yes.
Okay. So as Isabel
Thank you.
mentioned, I'm the director of this joint laboratory that has been established by the Port Authority in Livorno and the National Consortium of Telecommunications in Italy, that is grouping 37 universities with a telecommunication department. So the title of the speech is innovating ICT services in seaports along this 5G era. So exploiting this innovation coming from the new mobile network. So I actually attended with very much interest the previous sessions. So you know, actually, in different jargon, what is expected to be a seaport in 2030. So featuring high capacity and efficiency, highly integrated with the inland transport and logistic nodes. Also very effective in exploiting new sources of energy, and that was the subject of the previous speeches. So the point is how to permit these seaports to be engaged in a sustainable growth innovation trend. So I cite this white paper, quite interesting, from Ericsson Telecommunications. We are being connected, and we have teamed up in several projects related to telecommunication networks in the seaport. And so they look with very much interest at the port of Livorno. So the challenges they list in this white paper is to run a tighter ship, so to best utilize the seaport assets with mega vessels, to cut the yard congestion, to render safer the life of the workers in the berths and docks, and to, of course, get greener the footprint of the port while getting it smarter. This is very challenging objective, but it is feasible to be achieved. So this port of Livorno, I don't know whether are you familiar with it. It's the door of Tuscany. It is a mid-sized historical port from the 16th century, so there is no how to say, discontinuity between the port and the city, as it happened in that era. So it is featuring passenger and freight businesses. It is multi-purpose, so we have containers, we have break, dry, and liquid bulk. We have a freight village in the surroundings. We also have a car stocking area, new cars coming from the Far East, from Japan and Korea. We are located along the Scandinavian Mediterranean corridor, north to south of Europe, and we are a core node of this Trans-European Network corridor. And in the same organization, that of the Port Network Authority, there are also minor ports, most notably the port in the archipelagos, in the Elba Island, where Napoleon was confined. So why this collaboration of the CNIT and the Port Authority? We want to collect the requirements coming from the communities. We want to follow and steer the standardization for what is related to data, networks, and services. And of course, we want to assist the Port Authority in the procurement of digital services from the market, and also to check the conformance of the delivered results in respect to the specifications that are listed in tenders, in order not to abandon the authority. And you see, we have followed the approach of personas in the port communities, and we have these 4 verticals that are focusing on the vessel and marine navigation, on e-freight and intermodal logistics, and passenger mobility, with also a look at the mobility as a service as a new approach, and of course that of sustainable growth, so the environmental control of our port. So you can see more videos. This is a collection of existing videos on our webpage. So what is quite new we didn't invent anything. We reinvented the wheel. So the idea is to consider as the ICT infrastructure of the port an open architecture. Okay, so in order to distinguish what is related to the infrastructures, so cables, radio base stations, computers, so all what is concrete, okay, is infrastructure. All what is expected to custody the data coming from different sources is a platform. So we have a set of virtual machines, and these virtual machines are are establishing a data lake where all this information is stored. So we have the document-based repositories, we have relational databases, we have geographical databases, and machine-to-machine oriented database. So storage oriented to the IoT. All these things are actually virtualized in this layer, and on top of it, following new cybersecurity policies, we have an open API gateway, so we have an enterprise service bus, and we implement in a shape of microservices all the final user applications in the 4 verticals I mentioned in the slide before. And we also have this internal integration test and validation activity that is performed by the laboratory. So what is 5G in ports?
1 minute, Paolo. Thank you.
1 minute.
Yeah.
Okay. So 5G in ports is tackling with enhanced broadband. So we have to have touristic crowds and to manage connectivity to all of them. Massive machine type communication. So we consider to get information from these I/O set of I/O devices that are spread in the port, and also we have this low latency communication that is permitting a digital twin of the vessels and the port area. We have been mentioned by Ericsson and in their white paper. It's a notable example of 5G networks in freight terminals. This is the data lake with all sources. And this is a set of examples of ICT innovation services that are ranging from the connected vessel to the 5G-enabled e-freight in berths and to connected mobility. Future will be that of hosting autonomous ships in Livorno. It is not that far, and there are activity in the International Maritime Organization and also in the European Space Agency that are tackling with this subject. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Very assertive and very innovative. Now we're going for a Q&A moment before we go to our coffee break. I have 2 questions from our audience. The first one is directed to Payut from VCT Gdynia. Is this INCO's platform just for real data exchange, or does it make any performance analysis?
They do it both. By the moment, our platforms works since February. So by the moment it exchanging the real data, the operational real data right now, but we are working on the reporting module. Some of the statistics and analysis are already available, but definitely it will be much more developed till September, if I remember well the schedule of the works.
Okay, thank you very much. And then there's another question from our audience that is for all speakers. Wouldn't it be interesting to accompany the technical advances with the legislative and tariff changes that would reward more sustainable ships and ship owners? Maybe Dimitris first.
Yeah. It is something which interests the administration of the port, and we are in cooperation, in a very close cooperation with the stakeholders and the ship owners who use the port of Piraeus, and we are very willing to have special tariffs in case some ships, some of their ships used to use, let's say, the in our port. Yes, it is something which is in our plans.
What about Port of Livorno, Paolo?
Yeah, to align innovation with logistics operation is a matter of, I don't think it is a matter of legislation. It's a matter of common feeling, so that innovation practices must be taken into account in the new development of services and new provision of services. So I think it is much more a matter of convincing the operators than doing the right legislation.
Yeah.
At least from my side.
What about Valencia Port? What do you think about this type of instrument on tariff changes and legal?
I think it is necessary. From the moment that, from the technical point of view, the options available are, let's say, more difficult than the current available, you have to push also in additional ways. And you have to easy the transformation through legislative measures, and also the use of tariff or other approaches are interesting, and there might be necessary at some point.
Yeah, well, I believe we need they are calling me to go to coffee break. We all going to coffee break. I thank you all for those interesting sharing. We need more time to chat. That's our our first conclusion. But thank you all. It was quite interesting contents, and then we'll do a coffee break for 10 minutes, which means that we'll come back at 12. 3, 7, 12, 3 past 12, okay? And we enter in our third topic, that is circular and blue economy, alternative fuels, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
creează, identifică regiunea de
A lista de tarefas.
Good morning again. We will start our third topic that is dedicated to circular and blue economy alternative fuels. I will now give the floor to Delia Dimitriou, that will talk about low carbon circular economy within a port context. Delia is the coordinator of the Department of Climate Change and Circular Economy of GeoStud. She was part of the team that won the 2007 Nobel Peace Prize for its work on climate change, and is a member of IPCC Fifth Assessment Report. She's she's quite an expert in climate change. Delia, I give the floor. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I cannot share the screen. Can you see anything? Because I can't.
Not yet.
I don't know what's going on.
Maybe you're not in mode in presentation mode.
I am.
I'm asking the.
Can you help
staff.
me, please?
Yes, I'm asking the staff to help you.
Thank you.
Oh.
It's something coming. Yeah.
Yeah, it was starting, but it was. Can you share the screen of Delia?
So my presentation is about circular economy concept at ports. I represent GeoStud, a Romanian company working on geological studies and infrastructure and environmental impact assessment. As part of our experience with projects, we've realized that circular economy is the best framework to reduce carbon emissions and also grow within a low carbon context. My presentation is about the circular economy focus, the link between circular economy innovations and sustainable development. I will give them some examples from ports and best practices and move forward. Circular economy at a port needs to be linked to port city. Unfortunately, if I don't see the slides, I don't know how to share the presentation, but I can give you the flavor of it, and this will be distributed anyway as part of the event proceedings. So the circular economy is based on 4 principles: to minimize waste, to use renewable, and particularly in ports, renewable will be used. Study feedback from as a loop to optimize production and maximize the usage value of products. So now I can see that is on the screen. Next, please. So this is the concept of circular economy. So far, we're using, most of us and businesses, linear economy. So we explore resources, we make products, we consume them, and then we dispose it to landfill. In a circular economy, we maximize the waste, and we minimize the waste, and we maximize the usage of value of products. Circular economy is a very good mitigation measure, particularly when we create systems. A port should be linked, for instance, developing a circular economy should be linked to the city, particularly that together they can develop a framework to exploit better the benefits of a circular economy. Next one, please. Here I present the link between circular economy, innovation, and sustainable development, particularly that circular economy will create jobs. And you need to innovate, to implement different solutions to exploit the best possible what you have on your port and what you can exploit for future opportunities for businesses, but also to link innovations and circular economy to some sustainable development goals, and I will present in the next slide. What you see here is the framework from Port of Galvin, Sweden, and this is based on these phases in developing a port which will reach the maturity. Then part of the businesses will be out-fashioned, outdated, particularly docks and ships abandoned by the docks. So the port needs to think of new businesses. Next one, please. So here you can see that new businesses will be part of circular economy, which in fact will go back to investing in the port, developing new businesses, but also reaching the maturity of the port. As you can see here, circular economy has 6 sustainable development goals, from 7, which is on energy, up to 13, which is on climate change. But mainly 8, creating jobs and innovations, is are very, very important goals to implement the circular economy concept. Next one, please. We have identified some opportunities to work on circular economy based on waste at inland waterborne inland ports, just to this located in Romania. So we have Danube and Danube Delta, but we also have Black Sea. Currently, we are looking for partners engage in developing circular economy and implementing circular economy, because at Geostud we will start working on a framework to implement particularly waste minimization and then opportunities to maximize the use of products, manufacturer, and so on. Next one, please. Here you will see a circular economy model from Copenhagen Malmö Port. This is based on waste, and particularly food waste. You see that the food waste is coming from the ship and then is processed, and then the port is owning a biogas plant. Then it's going back to the ship, so the loop is closed. So, using biogas as just an example of renewable energy at ports will be more and more useful for ports and the cities, particularly for inland water ports. Next one, please. Here, the slide shows an energy transition. And because of this transition, some aspects of circular economy may be affected, but definitely the transition is towards low carbon and net zero port, growing within this framework of net zero. And ports have the facility to explore renewable energy, onshore, offshore energy, but also biofuels. We see the excellent example from Aveiro, having a local-based solution on biofuels from waste. So this is the future for port concept of circular economy, but also circular economy helping the decarbonization, speeding up the decarbonization process. Next one, please. So looking forward, definitely waste to energy may be a solution, the best solution for those who will not have or have limited resources for onshore and offshore energies. You see here the port of Valencia. So the concept of port cities and bringing cities to close to the ports, or ports going to the city, is the next step towards implementing the Green Deal strategy and decarbonizing from bottom-up places and regions. The best solution to decarbonize places is local-based solutions. So that's why waste, for instance, to energy is one of the solutions, apart from wind, onshore, offshore wind, for those who have this facility. Next one, please. So here I thank you very much for for the attendance. I'm really sorry I couldn't share the slides. I'm also stressed because of the timing, because I will chair session 3, and hopefully
don't worry.
I've done my presentation on time. What I want to stress is the use of circular economy. Several ports are using it, but they are not developing frameworks. So without a framework, it's very difficult to follow the steps, and particularly to measure and monitor the benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delia. Don't worry, the platform won't shut, but we will for sure we will have time. I will now give the floor to Josu Goyogana. He's a general sales manager ship power of Wärtsilä Ibérica, and is talking about decarbonizing shipping. Josu, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, for some of you already. Yeah, let's see if I'm able to share my screen. Share, what the hell am I doing? I'm not sure if I'm sharing anything.
Not yet.
Chrome tab. Share, what do I StreamYard? Share. How about now? Can you see anything?
Not yet.
No?
You need to put presentation mode.
It's already in presentation mode, as far as I can see. Why is it not? It says, I know. I'm sharing. I'm supposed to be sharing. Share screen.
Can anyone from the back office help Josu, please?
Entire screen, Chrome tab. I was working yesterday. How about now? Am I lucky?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So here we go. Sorry for this last minute or first minute slumps. Okay, first of all, thank you to Port of Aveiro for inviting me to this interesting webinar of decarbonizing small, medium ports and everything. I'm coming from Wärtsilä. Wärtsilä is quite old and quite big company, founded already almost 200 years ago. We are all over the world in many places. And we are proud to say that we are global leader in sustainable solutions, which is today's topic here and everywhere. And here is what we are challenging, the challenge we have in front of us today as a supplier of solutions for the shipping industry in this case. The IMO has set a target that by 2050, the CO2 emissions have to be reduced by 50% compared to 2008 emissions. If we take into account that probably the vessel amount size will be increasing between today and 2050, then that means that probably the vessel emission will have to come down not 50%, but 70% compared to today, which is a lot. And there, it's an, I don't know how to say, but it's an easy way of reducing this. It's simple. Use less fossil fuels, and that's it. It's easier to say than to do it. And of course, we cannot be waiting until 2050 to implement the solutions, because there are solutions that can be, and should be, in my opinion, implemented today, and some others that will take some more time to take them into the scenario. The first two ones, you can see 4 bullets there. The digital marine operations and the vessel energy need are already stuff that have or should be already implemented. I'm not going to spend too much in the digital marine operations because, some of the colleagues have been talking about the digitalization of the ports, and this, as you can imagine, is matching perfectly with that intention. If we are able to make a shipping industry to work just in time with the ports, then the whole transport industry will be a lot more efficient. And I have to also say here that our customers typically are, of course, the ship owners, and we have to take their circumstances into account. And this digitalization and taking into account the vessel energy needs when designing the vessel themselves will bring a better life cycle, costs down, budget optimization, operations, as I said, automation, and the so-called interoperability, especially with ports. Then we have the usual suspect on one of the topics that was mentioned in the webinar. There's the future fuels, but the future, at the very same name says, are for the future. And not all of them are available here. So again, I want to stress the fact that we have to take actions today and not be just waiting for the future to come to us. And those future fuels will have to fulfill all those bullets also there. They have to be available. They will bring probably, at least from today's perspective, a lot of increase in CapEx and OpEx, because they will affect the vessel structure. The vessels will be more complex to build and to operate also. And not every shipper in the world is today able to build those fancy new vessels that will be operating in the future. But of course, the vessels, those fuels are already on the table. Not all them, as you can see, there are for the future. The two ones in the left, the CH2 or the methane and the methanol, are already successful in use here, and they contribute to the decarbonization as well. We cannot concentrate only on the ammonia and the hydrogen, which come later on. But because as I said, we cannot be waiting for the future to come to our lap. We have to start doing things today. And methane and methanol are fuels that can be used today. Ammonia and hydrogen, those are the new kids on the block. And for shipping industry, let's see how they will be used, especially because of the availability and the solutions, the technical solution for them. But from our company's point of view, we have already, as you can imagine, engines running both in ammonia and hydrogen in the laboratory, and we have already a pilot installation for ammonia running in Norway in the Catapult project. And we expect that next year, in 2022, we will have a pilot installation out there in the field. The hydrogen will take a little longer, because the combustion process of the hydrogen in the combustion engine is a bit more complex. But as you can see in the bottom right of the screen, all those new fuels have something in common, that they need an engine that can cope with all them, and that's where we have to deliver to the market, to the owners, an engine that can be bought today and will be able to run in any of those fuels, so that it's not a burden on the shoulders of the owner. When I say engine, I also want to mention the fuel containment installations, the tanks, fuel feed installation, etc. But given that we are talking about the small and medium ports and decarbonizing, there's also one more solution that I think, in my opinion, should be implemented today. Actually, there are already solutions and vessels that are already running in the so-called hybrid systems that we have already delivered. A hybrid system is a little bit more than just adding batteries to an installation, because if it was just, if you can call an installation hybrid just because you have a battery, then all our cars should be called also hybrid, because all of our cars have a battery. But as we all know, that's not what we can call a hybrid car, let alone a hybrid vessel. A hybrid vessel needs to have a brain, as I put there, the next generation energy management system, who can take control of the operation of the vessel, take control of the engine, take control of the batteries, take control of the distribution system. And that brain of the system, that energy management system, has to be customized and tuned for every specific owner and operation. That will bring to the owner, of course, cost efficient. Again, I cannot forget that we are, as a company, delivering solutions for owners that have to be cost efficient and flexible, as I said before. I cannot tell an owner to purchase an installation that is good today, but it will be useless in 5 years, because that will not run at all. And of course, this hybrid solution brings a lot of benefits from the environmental regulations point of view. Imagine a typical harbor vessel, which is attacked with a hybrid system. The tank can operate in zero smoke operation mode when it's in harbor. One of the colleagues in the previous panel said that yeah, and we can all of us say that the harbors are in the middle of populated areas. So if we can operate in zero smoke, it's not only decarbonizing, you're also not polluting the environment, at least in the short term. That vessel with a correct hybrid system can operate in zero emissions again, in and out of the port, and be waiting for the vessels that have to be carried in.
Please conclude, Josu. Thank you.
It's just 1 minute and more than enough. And not only this vessel, but the white link, the ferries are also there. So this is it. And implementing inductive charging is also one more advantage. So fuel cells will come with hydrogen, but today we have to be able to brave enough to implement this kind of solutions. And combustion engines and LNG, which are available today, should be something that we have to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Josu. We now go to our fourth topic, that is about inland waterways port case study. And we will have now a joint presentation between Mariette Sankova, that is Executive Director of the Association of Danube River Municipalities, and Florin Nemtanu of the University Polytechnica of Bucharest. He is the Vice Dean Research and International Relations at Transport Faculty of University of Bucharest. So I give the floor now for both. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'd ask my colleague Florin to share the presentation.
Yes. Just a second.
As it is a joint presentation. First, I'm Mariette Sankova from the Association of Danube River Municipalities in Bulgaria. We are an organization, a regional organization of local authorities, and currently we have 34 member municipalities, actually representing the entire Danube region in Bulgaria. I'm joined here by Professor Asenov from University of Russe and by Mr. Kadishev from Municipality of Russe. We actually represent a partnership that is behind decarbonization agenda for the Danube region in Bulgaria. And it is an agenda in the making. It starts from Municipality of Russe and Russe East Port, with it is focused on the use of hydrogen for decarbonization, but also it is seen only in the context of the Danube River decarbonization and can only be formulated and implemented in close partnership with our neighbors and friends in Romania. Hence, this presentation is a joint Bulgarian-Romanian presentation. I will start with the presentation of the challenges and opportunities in Bulgaria, and you see the Bulgarian Danube region. I will start with a brief presentation of the key features of the Danube region. Of course, the central feature of the region is the Danube, inland waterway, and a core transport corridor in Europe, also an energy corridor. It is a border river. It is actually the 470-kilometer long river border between Bulgaria and Romania. And it is the two sides, the Bulgarian and Romanian sides, are not very well connected. Along this 470-kilometer long border, there are only 6 river crossings, 2 bridges, and 4 ferry connections. On the Bulgarian side, there is a dense network of inland ports, that both passenger and freight terminals, 36 ports altogether. But the infrastructure is very old and a pollutant, actually, and this applies not only to the ports, but also to the inland Bulgarian fleet. At the same time, all the strategic documents formulated at different levels formulate the objective for the Danube region in Bulgaria, better transport and energy connectivity, better use of the inland waterway transport mode and intermodal nodes, modernization of ports and fleet, and use of alternative fuels and deployment of innovative and clean technologies. The region is also characterized by the existence of a lot of small and medium-sized towns. Actually, there are port towns or port cities along the river. And these towns in the last 30 years experienced a sharp demographic, industrial, economic, and in some respect, environmental decline. Actually, this region is among the poorest regions in the European Union, despite the opportunities that the river offers for development. So there is a lot of untapped potential for development, and the decarbonization agenda gives a very good opportunity for the regional actors to compensate this lagging behind the rest of Europe. There are a lot of also protected areas under different environmental regimes in the Bulgarian side of the Danube River. There are national parks, reserves, there are Natura 2000 sites, and also wetlands protected under the Ramsar Convention. So a green decarbonization agenda will help the regional actors also to uphold these high environmental standards. And finally, we can claim that there is a nascent ecosystem for decarbonization in the region. And this system is actually focused on one project in Ruse municipality and also Port Ruse East. So I'm going to focus on this project. Its initial phase in the last 1 year was the development phase. We were supported by the joint undertaking Hydrogen and Fuel Cell when the technical specifications of the project were developed, and also a detailed financing and procurement plan. And last month we started preparing the implementation, working on the implementation phase, when we have to find financing of the different elements of the project, and we continue with the implementation. Ruse Port is part of the largest inland port complex in Bulgaria. It is a freight port. It has 14 berths and also ship berths, and also facilities for servicing different type of cargo, bulk, liquid, container. There is also a Ro-Ro terminal. It is owned and currently operated by the Bulgarian Port Infrastructure Company, but the documentation is being prepared and the whole process is being prepared for giving its operation on concession. I said that the activities of the hydrogen projects are focused in Ruse municipality and also Ruse East Port, and these activities are in the sphere of transport. The most important elements of the projects are first a retrofitting of an existing tugboat with a zero-emission hybrid battery and fuel cell drivetrain. This tugboat is to be operated in the aquatory of Ruse East Port, and possibly in the future between the ports of Ruse East and Giurgiu Port, which is the Romanian port across the river, across Danube. This boat is going to be refueled through a novel solution, a mobile refueling station, because the production site, the green hydrogen production site, is at the site of the Ruse Municipal Transport Depot, where there will be the production site together with the PV park and the refueling station. And part of the project is a purchase by the Ruse Municipal Transport Company of 20 fuel cell buses that will be part of the Russian municipal bus fleet. Of course, this project is seen as only a pilot project that's gonna lead to a spillover to the rest of the Danube region in Bulgaria, and also across sectors, not only in transport, but also energy, industry, utilities. And this project is also seen as part of the activities planned in the context of the Green Hydrogen and Blue Danube IPCEI project for the European Union.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
Yes, and finally, as I said, this is seen as only a pilot project, part of a greater agenda, regionally in terms of geographically greater and also in terms of sectors. And I'd like only to talk about very briefly who are the key stakeholders here. Not only the stakeholders involved in the Ruse Hydrogen project listed here, we have universities, we have also companies, the municipal transport company, which is 100% owned by the municipality of Ruse, but also a private company, Bulgarian River Shipping Company, that is the owner and the operator of the retrofitted ship. And also what we plan to do is to develop and implement similar projects in the rest of the region, to secure funds and to take actions for legislative and regulatory adaptation and respective adaptation in educational and training programs involving a large range of stakeholders. Thank you. Sorry for.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I need, let's say, 2 minutes to present.
We don't have time. I'm sorry.
Yes,
you
only
need to conclude.
few words about, because the idea was to share also the time, not the presentation.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
But it's okay. So you must conclude, Florin. Thank you.
Yes, the idea was, let's say, to present four Romanian initiatives connected with Bulgarian initiatives. One important is Port Net Zero. Together with Port of Aveiro, we, let's say, proposed a project. At this time, this project is a strategy for us to improve the, let's say, the mobility in Danube Delta, and also to find the best solution to decarbonize the Danube Delta and also the lower Danube. This is, let's say, in few words, our initiatives. And also at this moment we have 3 European projects, one in Port of Giurgiu, another one is in Port of Tulcea, which is a gate, inland waterway gate for Danube Delta, and the third one is in Sulina, which is maritime gate of Danube Delta.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor now. I'm sorry, but I passed Paul Herring from Steinbei's Europa Zentrum. I'm sorry, Paul. You are inside the other topic of the circular and blue economy. So Paul is the project manager of Steinbei's Europe Centrum and works in the field of energy management, IP rights management, and hydrogen as alternative fuel for transport. The floor is yours, Paul. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thanks. Can you see my screen? Yes.
Yes. Go on.
So briefly introduce myself. So as you said, I'm a project manager working at Steinbei. So we are a German company specialized in innovation funding and technology transfer. Today my presentation will be about hydrogen and how this fuel could become a widespread solution for shipping. So this is the general context, so I will maybe not go too much into details, but there is a need to reduce the emission at the EU level, especially emissions coming from the transport sector. And today we have a transport sector still heavily relying on fossil fuels, and this needs to be changed. So we need to deploy new low emission alternative solution and the associated bunkering infrastructure, let's say. So this needs to be speed up in the coming years. And one of the solutions, among others, as we saw this morning, biofuel is also an option, LNG too, but we believe in hydrogen because hydrogen has several advantages. So it is energy dense fuel. It is also a zero emission fuel if it's produced from renewable, and it can be also used in different transport modes like rail and road transport, and in other sectors like as logistic, energy, and industry. So what is the current situation right now in Europe? We have a strong political commitment towards green hydrogen. So several member states adopted the national strategy, and we have a lot of pilot projects running in Europe. And what we still need to do is to develop an infrastructure and a European-wide ecosystem. So this is exactly what is the issues tackled by the H2Ships project. So in short words, what is the H2Ships project is a Interreg Northwest Europe funded project with a budget about 7 million euros, running for 4 years with 12 partners from 5 countries and 3 ports. So we have a port of Amsterdam in the Netherlands, Ostende in Belgium, and Paris. So the project is led by the European Institute for Energy Research in Karlsruhe, and Steinbeis is leading the communication and dissemination activities. So in a few words, what are the main objectives of H2Ships? So we want to develop new regulatory framework. So first, what we do, we identify barriers to implementation of hydrogen projects, and we propose some changes. We also want to develop a hydrogen value chain in Europe. So we want to bring partners together, develop investment strategies. And what is also important, because when we speak about green hydrogen, it's not just one solution, but several solutions, is to determine what are the most appropriate technologies based on the local conditions and partners on board. So for this, we have 3 ports, 3 pilot sites in our different port areas. So briefly presenting them to you. So in Amsterdam, we are currently building a port vessel, a represented ship that will use hydrogen carriers named sodium borohydride to operate the ship in the port area. In Ostende, we are developing a prototype for a floating hydrogen bunkering station in the port area. And in Paris, we are, let's say, a step we are not so advanced as in Ostende in Amsterdam, but we want to develop an action plan for future investment for hydrogen-powered ships on the Seine. What did we learn in the 2 first years of the project? We are now at the project midterm. We learned that we need more coordination action and harmonized EU regulation to foster the market uptake of hydrogen solution. What is also extremely important is that we need to really strengthen our communication and dissemination measures to raise awareness among the general public. We also need to significantly decrease the cost of hydrogen as a fuel, green hydrogen as a fuel, and also decrease the cost of the hydrogen infrastructure. And what we really noticed during our research is that ports are ideal hubs for the production, distribution, and storage of green hydrogen because of their central position in the European economy and industry. So what will be our next steps in the 2 coming years? So we will try to develop some business models. We want to bring stakeholders together. We also want to develop some policy recommendation and guidelines for the development of hydrogen solution. And we want to support other European hydrogen initiatives that want to foster the market uptake of hydrogens for shipping. So if you are interested, if you want to learn more about the projects, you can connect with us either directly via sending me an email, or you can also follow us on Twitter. We also have a LinkedIn account, and we have a project webpage where we uploaded a first list of deliverables. So feel free to come back to us if you're interested in the project and want to share our knowledge with us. Thanks a lot. This was it for me.
Thank you very much, Paul. Very interesting. We will now start again with Tiziana Campizzi, that that is assistant professor of transport systems of Core University of Enna in Italy. She will talk under again on the fourth topic, inland waterway sport case study. Tiziana, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning to everyone. Can you share my screen?
The screen you're sharing, or you want us to? Are you in presentation mode?
Yeah. Yeah. I can try again. I can share my screen. Okay.
Can you help Tiziana, please? You're running time.
I think that there is a problem with the laptop.
Maybe you could start and then at the same time our staff will try to put your presentation on.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
can try. Okay. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Annacore that is located in the central part of Sicily, and our research interest is on sustainable mobility and transport planning and management network design. And considering the port sector, we are working on planning and development of smart ports, called ironing analysis, environmental impacts relating to the port infrastructures. Please change the slide. Sicily is characterized by approximately 1,000 kilometers of coastline, along which there are a great number of ports and harbors, which are useful for connecting the island with the mainland, and thus for the movement of people and freights or goods. In addition to providing their ordinary berthing service, port can act as an integrator in the socio-economic system. Please, the other slide. The ports of Sicily are located in 3 different coastal areas. The first is the Ionian on the east part. The second is on Tyrrhenian on the north part. And the last is on the Mediterranean Sea on the southwest. The smaller islands are particularly important for tourists and thus for the local and regional economy. Sicily has about 33 ports and 26 small and medium-sized marinas. The main ports titled hub are Palermo, Catania, and Messina. The port of Trapani, Palermo, and Messina respectively provide connection with the smaller islands. And in terms of Sicilian port policies, the government is working on development of new port infrastructures, developing plans for leisure and recreational boating, and also to definition of projects for sustainable and resilient mobility. Through the next slide or my presentation, I take some example about decarbonization strategies and work in progress projects. The first example, my slides define the general map of hub and investigated ports. And the first example that I showed is relating to the western part of Sicily that will became smart because is work in progress project on focus on environmental sustainability and innovation since January 2021. This project aims to start a process of energy transition and to make the port of Western Sicily sustainable and smart through innovation, digitalization of port logistics system, and the energy efficiency of port and renewable energies. In this context, the port of Palermo is the lighthouse, just like a control room, and the other small ports are the satellites. In particular, the port of Termini Imerese in province of Palermo, the port of Trapani, and also the ports of Porto Empedocle in Agrigento will be integrate energy efficiency measure and the introduction of innovative smart technologies such as Internet of Things. Considering the north part of Sicily, I present something about Messina and Milazzo that are working on increasing green ports in terms of cold ironing process that reduce ship emissions. In fact, starting from the end of 2019, the Port Authority of Messina has been carried out projects in order to be build electrification system for the quay to ensure the power supply of ships stopped in the port. This is a project that has been adopted in only a few Italian ports yet, which make it possible to considerably reduce the pollutant emission emitted by fuel combustion inside the port area. The Port Authority of Messina has long been attentive to environmental issues, having already implemented LED lighting in the port area and launched studies of the feasibility of LNG deposits. From 2021, the infrastructure of Milazzo can accommodate up about 140 boats with no draw limits up to a maximum length of 50 meters. Geographically, Milazzo is the closest point of departure of the north coast of Aeolian Islands, a popular destination for yachtsmen to their natural and archaeological beauty. In the port of Milazzo, the service will involve all the docks. There are no used boats for technical nautical service, for ships and for ferry that carried out the service for the Aeolian Island and merchandise ship. And like final example, I show something about the port of Augusta, the port of the eastern Sicily, not small but medium size, focus on sustainable mobility and energy efficiency in ports. In fact, a tender was recently launched to identify the best project idea for the construction of an onshore or floating coastal storage of LNG with the port of Augusta, core port of the TEN-T network. The area covered by proposed projects is located in the province of Syracuse, and the project envisages different methods of supplying LNG for shipping and also for land transport vehicle. This is it. Thank you for your attention. And sorry, I apologize for the slide.
Thank you, Tiziana. Don't worry. There's always technical issues. And now we're going for our fifth topic, that is port and logistic training with Hugo Faria, that will present the onboard project. Hugo, the floor is yours.
Yes, I'm now start sharing the screen. I'm Hugo Faria from Innova Plus. We at Innova are deeply involved in vocational and education and training, besides many other activities on project management and participation and so on. And I would like to present you, and I will be very fast. I have one message to you overall, but I would like to present this on-board project. Innova coordinated this project together with other 5 partners, Portugal, Ireland, and all covering the maritime sector and the port and corresponding stakeholders, and with the objectives of identifying and promoting new technical profiles and corresponding curricula for new jobs or new technical jobs to appear in these ports and logistics sectors, to develop their apprenticeship model, and of course to design guidelines and implement training programs themselves. Four target groups were identified and addressed throughout the project, covering and ranging from the ports authorities up to, of course, several stakeholders around it. For all of these, more specific objectives were defined, whereas the main methodology was to study the context with approaching a large amount of stakeholders by questionnaires, interviews, and creating these focus group discussions, and then identifying and clearly defining these additional or new profiles to implement, and corresponding apprenticeship model, and implementing the training program. As we will see in the next slide, this is the same idea, but the main message here is that the main outcome was a strategic plan for the sector that is available in our various online platforms that you can download and study if you wish. Going to just a small example, we defined these two new technical profiles. So the technician on ports and logistics with digital skills of level 4 training skills, and the specialist technician on IT applied to ports and logistics. So these are two examples among various other profiles that were refined or updated corresponding to the future needs or the trends that were identified. Again, all of this is available in this website and also the social networks of the project. And the training program included 4 specific units, ranging the startup and the closure and the follow-up of the apprenticeship and capability to learn and to implement the new skills. Whereas all of this information is available in several links, as you can see in the screen. The message that we would like to address, and that's the reason for this short presentation, is that besides the technology, besides the innovation, besides all the ideas to improve the environmental performance of these hubs that are small and medium ports and the corresponding transportations all around, ground and water-based, it is indeed needed not to forget that we should address the training of and the reskilling of the operators. And we are talking about infrastructures with a considerable amount of heterogeneous workforce that need to be aware and trained and skilled for the upcoming and the next generation of technologies and even the mindsets. That's the main message. I would like to thank you all for attending this session, and I'm available for questions, of course, if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugo. It was very assertive, focused, and on time. Now we will give Q&A time. We won't have much time, but so I will make 2 questions, especially then we go to the session 3. One is for the ports of Danube and Danube Delta, probably for Florin, since he didn't have the time to talk about that. Regarding the European Green Deal goals set to gradually reduce the emission of GHG until achieving the carbon neutrality. Why is so important for you? How do you see the decarbonization of small and medium-sized ports, especially?
Yeah, for us it's quite important because we have only small and medium ports. This is one reason, and another one is the relation between small and medium ports and cities, because if you look at a huge port, the huge port is isolated. It's not let's say, a direct relations between citizens and the port activities. It's a kind of island, a huge port. The small and medium ports could be, let's say, the force to transform also the cities and the regions around the ports. This is, let's say, the case of Tulcea, Port of Tulcea, and Port of Sulina in the Danube Delta. It's important to let's say, decarbonize Port of Tulcea and Port of Sulina, and after that to move this action on Danube Delta.
Thank you very much, Florin. And now I'm asking GeoStud regarding the GeoStud and Varsila, regarding the pilot demonstrator projects you presented. How can it be replicated at other locations or ports? And especially for Delia, there's a question from the audience that how should the framework of the circular economy be settled? How could we settle that framework?
If I may start, the question, it's easy. I hope that they are not only replicated, but that become popular. I mean, the new fuels are there. We have to go there. Decarbonizing means getting rid as much as possible of the fossil fuels. So for that, we need to make use of fuels that are carbonless. So I hope, of course, again, the ammonia and the hydrogen are the new commerce. The hydrogen has a lot of applications already, and both ammonia, but not as a fuel directly injected in a combustion engine, and that's what we are working, because the vessels need a lot of autonomy. They need to go with a long range of distances, and then you need to handle this as in a liquid form. Let's see. But again, we are working on it at the laboratory, and they are coming. Ammonia will be in the market next year, and hydrogen will follow in a couple of years.
Thank you. Delia?
Thank you for the question. Indeed, the setting up a framework on circular economy will speed up the decarbonization process. The first step is to explore what you have on site, and then to maximize the use of resources and use the circle of reuse, remanufacture, refuse, looking for waste, and then for energy, and if it's possible, waste to energy is the key. But each port should set up this network and the framework particularly, because circular economy will limit the development and particularly implementing green solutions. So it's coming everywhere, and to be successful, the ports should talk to the city. Particularly, they have in place circular economy. Sometimes we do have circular economy in place, just we don't recognize it. So I invite everybody to join GeoStud, because we will set up a circular economy starting from waste and then moving to energy.
Very good, very interesting. Thank you very much. Just one more question and we're done. We're going to session 3 to Innovamais and Sicilian small ports. What do you think is the role of networks to disseminate this knowledge, especially in what you shared in Innovamais? We are talking about Portugal, but then how could we disseminate this framework of knowledge and training and the preparing of these generations, even the old ones that need to adapt to these skills? How could we make it and being accessible to this knowledge under the EU?
Well, thank you for the question. I think that there is a linear and simple question answer for that, but not a simple implementation. The simple answer is that first we all need to be aware of the problem. We as a community of several ports, we as stakeholders and community and society in general, we need to be aware, and part of the effort of these kind of projects and funded projects are exactly to disseminate this problem thinking and the tentative of having solutions. Of course, then we need to engage people, and to engage people, we do. There are, well, say, trending ways to do it, but now we see lots of community building efforts and community of practices building up throughout the projects, and that's the way we link the technical projects themselves with society, with stakeholders and others. And finally, we need to show results that are indeed convincing, and that's I think one of the most critical and also most challenging, but in the same time is, I think, one of the advantages of most of the presenters that are in this session and the previous ones, because we are indeed having a roadmap and indeed having a clear mindset on what to do to improve, and I think results will speak for themselves. So I think if I would sum up in one word, my answer would be: we need results.
Very good. And Cecilian, well, Tiziana?
Yeah, I think that the better solution is a bottom-up approach in order to encourage and compare a different case study, and also to generate something like best practice or a roadmap in order to encourage all people or level of society to encourage decarbonization strategies.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we're finished with this session. I would like to have more questions for you all, but we don't have time. We're sorry about it, but still we have on chat many questions that you should, and we think that you answer that. So we're going to the session 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you all.
Bye. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Delia Dimitriou from Geostud, the head of climate change and circular economy, and I'm pleased to chair this very dynamic session on pathway to implementing several solutions. I hear my echo. Sorry. We have a very strong representation, and we're very grateful for this interest. In the first 2 sessions, we discussed about Aveiro case study with different stakeholders and different solutions. Then we had best practices at different ports. The aim of our event is to identify, apart from solutions and the pathway toward rapid decarbonization of small and medium ports, to identify the need and the journey to set up a network for small and medium ports. Based on our experience on preparing the Port Net Zero proposal, we've realized that small and medium ports together are better place to speed up the decarbonization process at the European level. But somehow they're isolated and they need to be connected and several solutions to be transferred. So this session has two groups. One group set up by practitioners and the other group set up by representatives from European Commission. I will invite first the practitioners and each of the panelists to present yourself shortly, so then the audience will recognize the face. So firstly, I invite Walter Selen from ESPO, who also has a presentation on practices at European seaports. So Walter.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Delia, for introducing me, and thank you also to the Port of Aveiro for this invitation. If you'll allow me, I'll just take a moment to share my screen with you all. So hopefully the technology will be with us on this. I think you should be able to see.
I was not so lucky in the previous session.
Yeah, well, you never know. So like this, everybody can see it. Perfect.
Yes.
My name is Walter Selen. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for Sustainable Development with the European Seaports Organization, ESPO. We represent European seaports in 22 EU member states, as well as 5 observers. And what I would like to talk to you about today briefly is basically to set the scene on the decarbonization efforts of European seaports, focusing, of course, on the role of small and medium-sized ports in a green future. But before we get into that, I think it's important to recognize the fact that ports are multitaskers. There's no one definition of what constitutes a port. We have a very wide sort of differentiation and heterogeneity between different types of ports. And of course, that's even more important for small and medium-sized ports, which might be active in a smaller range of activities or doing a little bit of everything on this list of activities and responsibilities of ports on the screen here. With that background, understanding that the ports are different and are engaged in different activities, we from ESPO side develop environmental top 10 priorities each year, which are published in our annual environmental reports. This one is from 2020. And we see here that the number 1 environmental priority for ports is air quality, the second is climate change, and the third is energy efficiency, where climate change has moved from being in the 7th position in 2017 to 2nd position in 2020. So we see a clear concern for these issues amongst our members. And of course, this also reflects the priority and the focus that we have from ESPO in trying to help ports deliver decarbonization. One of the many reasons why this could be a concern, and we will get into the legislative reasons shortly, but another is, of course, the fact that ports are often on the sort of the leading, on the front line when it comes to facing the negative effects of climate change. We see in our environmental report from last year that for the first time in 2020, over half of the surveyed ports experienced some sort of operational challenges related to climate change, for instance, frequent storms, flooding, changes in wind or wave conditions. On the regulatory level, of course, for us as a European organization, but also for many of our members, the European Green Deal sets the parameters. And our role as European seaports is, of course, to help deliver on these ambitions and help also make sure that the legislation is fit for purpose. For us, the greening of shipping is a priority, where, of course, the main responsibility lies with the shipping sector. But at the same time, as we've heard earlier today during these sessions, ports all over Europe are already taking action, and we are committed to play our part in helping the shipping sector make the green transition. We're also very much trying to lead by example and walk the talk by committing to green our own fleet and our operations within our own remit. To give you a tangible example of what ports are doing on the ground, we see that ports are increasingly taking steps to encourage the greening of shipping by offering so-called differentiated dues for greener vessels. We saw that in 2020, close to 60% of the surveyed ports provided such fee reductions, for instance, for reducing noise, having sustainable waste management on board, or using alternative fuels or connecting to onshore power supply. We're also seeing that we are increasingly deploying onshore power supply and LNG bunkering all over Europe within our membership. But to try and talk to you a little bit about what individual ports can tangibly do, we've tried to develop from our side in ESPO a so-called updated green guide. We already had an existing green guide published in 2012, but this 2021 edition is intended to really be a hands-on handbook developed by ports for ports towards a green future. In this green guide, we distinguish between the different elements of port governance, where, of course, port authorities have a very important role to play. But we see that the further away we get from the direct remits and responsibility of the port authority, shown here in dark green, the further away we get, the less of direct influence and power they have to bring about greening on their own, meaning that they need to really cooperate with other stakeholders, and of course requiring all these other stakeholders to get on board as well. But with this recognition in mind, we still think that every port can do something to green, and that's especially the case for small and medium-sized ports. So what we wanted to do is to develop a vision for where we want to be, where ports are pivotal to bringing about a green future. And then we developed quite high ambitions for what we want European ports to deliver by 2025, 2030 and beyond. And then we also try to provide the tools and the means for individual port authorities to actually help deliver on these ambitions and bring about a vision of ports in the green future. And we do this through providing a roadmap template for ports to develop their own greening roadmap. And then we also provide a list, a very comprehensive list of all the tools available to ports that are trying to go green. And we also outline the relevant legislation applicable to ports when it comes to climate and environment issues. I will also mention briefly our Good Green Practices, which has already been launched. The Green Guide itself is forthcoming later this year, but where we currently, what we currently are doing is that we've already published a website called Our Good Green Practices on the ESPO websites. It's available at www.espo.be/practices. And here we have over 60 good practices from individual ports in the ESPO membership, categorized into different areas of relevance, for instance, energy or fuels, climate or air, port and city, etc. Really showing that ports are already doing something, and hopefully this can inspire other port authorities to follow their example, and also show to policymakers that a lot of action is happening from the bottom up already. Our second main tool of relevance to all ports is, of course, EcoPorts, which is our flagship environmental project going on 25 years next year. It's a unique initiative developed by Ports for Ports seeking to self-monitor their environmental management and improvement over time. We have ports in 26 countries as members, 116 all in all, and over a fourth of these ports are what's called PERS certified, which is basically the only port-specific environmental certification standard on the market. And so through this EcoPorts tool, ports can basically manage their environmental management over time. It's free to join, and it's very simple to become a part of this network. So we would encourage everyone listening in on all European ports, especially small and medium-sized ports that might not have a lot of resources to do structured environmental management on their own, to green their port and join EcoPorts. With that, I'll thank you for your attention, and I look forward to hearing the other panelists.
Thank you, Walter, for this quick insight and very rich information, particularly on tools and best practices. I invite now Luca Bosser from CPMR, the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions, for an added value based on your experience from CPMR. What would you advise on top of what Walter has just said? Best
thank you, Delia.
And also challenges. Please, Luca.
Yeah.
You have 3 minutes. Please.
Yeah, I can. I'll do my best to be as brief as possible.
We're already late.
I know. So I'm Luca Bosser. I'm director for transport at the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions. We are an association of over 150 regional authorities in Europe, on geographical sense, not only in the EU, representing 24 different member states. Well, for obvious reasons, being a network of both peripheral and maritime regions, ports are very important for our member base. Of course, because they provide key transport infrastructure, but also because they have a very important role in terms of social and economic development, key role in the development of the blue economy, and so on. I wouldn't add on what Malte has said regarding the great variety of ports in Europe, which makes it quite challenging to address ports as a whole and as a single entity, impossible actually, which makes it also irrelevant to develop a one-size-fits-all approach, both from a regulatory perspective and from an action perspective when it comes to decarbonization. Actually, several of the speakers in the previous sessions, they mentioned local-based solution, which in my view is key, addressing the key issues that both the territories and the ports have to face, depending on their own singularity. I'd say that it's a very important base in terms of European added value in action. I would be able to pick some examples, for instance, for islands. I remember a meeting we had with Corsica, so an island in the Mediterranean, explaining that they would be eager to develop electrification further in their ports, but the challenge they were facing is that they were unable to produce enough green electricity, and actually they would have to use fuel to produce electricity, which would make actually the solution worse than the problem would try to combat. So those are just a simple example to show how it's really important to address the key features of each port in each region or territory to provide the best solution possible. Another challenge in our view is actually linked to this one, is the fact that it's quite challenging to make sure that decarbonization and green solutions can work hand in hand with strong territorial accessibility. We had some example of negative effect of some very needed environmental legislation that actually had a negative effect on the territorial accessibility of some regions. So that's something that it really needed to prevail. One last issue would be the access to funding, which is an obvious one for small and medium ports, especially because if we're looking at the way that the whole EU is tackling ports and infrastructure investment when it comes to transport, we connect to the TEN-T regulation and the fact that the core network is the priority, meaning the biggest ports. And although we're not disputing this approach, it means that the smaller ports tends to be not left aside, but get less access to funding. And when they do, we can actually see that they do have a lack of knowledge in the EU tools. They would need a stronger project engineering expertise. And we saw it with recent calls in the framework of CEF for comprehensive port, where there were actually lots of project proposal. And also in our member base, we saw that for some regions and their ports, it was very challenging to answer these calls, although we would have answered their needs because they were simply lacking the ability to answer it. So just few examples of challenges. In terms of best practices, it would be challenging for me and almost tricky to point the fingers at some port or some regions. So I'd be, as a general, some things that are being developed all across Europe. The fact that ports are working together, of course, in the framework of ISPO and the more regional organization, but also at more local scale, developing port clusters, in my view, is something very interesting and promising in the future. Putting resources and solutions and ideas together on a regional or more local based, I think is something quite interesting. And I would just pick up on a project we're involved in at the CPMR that is called, I have to check the exact name. It's part of the new approach on ports as hubs for the blue economy. And we're currently involved in a project called the Atlantic Smart Port Blue Acceleration Network, which is, well, it's a really early stage of the implementation. The project is just starting, so I won't be able to provide any features or any deliverable from the project. But basically, in a nutshell, the idea of the project is to bring together ports and other local actors. And among the objectives, one is to just wrap up on one of the objectives is to achieve the reduction of at least 100,000 tons of CO2 in the operation of the ports that are part in the project. And I think that this kind of initiative is quite promising and would be a great practice to look into in the future.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing the issue of access to funding and instruments. We'll hear from representatives from European Commission on several instruments to have small and medium ports. The last participant panelist from our practitioners group is Bogdan Oldakovsky, Secretary General of Baltic Ports Organization. So Bogdan, please 3 minutes, and I'll tell you why. We are late already. I hope the platform will help us to have our session of 40 minutes. And I'm absolutely sure that the audience would like to engage with us. So I have to inform everybody that it may not be the case, but please ask your questions in the chat and we will get back to you post-event. So, and leave the questions also on the website of Aveiro Port, the organizer. Bogdan, please, your experience and some ideas.
Thank you, and I guess 15 seconds already passed, so I'll try to be even shorter.
Sorry.
Well, thank you for inviting me, and Baltic Ports Organization is a network of ports from the Baltic region. You may see on my back wall the dots, and there are, as you may expect, many ports around the Baltic Sea, and many of them are smaller ports. That's why we have established within Baltic Ports Organization a group. It's called Comprehensive Ports Group. I guess you know what comprehensive means when it comes to TEN-T policy. So the smaller ports work together because they simply have different challenges, different agenda. When it comes to environmental matters and climate change, of course, we treat ourselves as a model region for green ports and green maritime transport. Therefore, there are lots of examples of good practices, best practices in our region, starting from LNG, which might be treated as a transition fuel to decarbonization. Then we have plenty of OPS, onshore power supply facilities in the region. Many of the ports have declared the reduction of emissions of CO2. And in fact, many of them have implemented strategies in order to become neutral in coming years. So there are plenty of good examples. And I think you have also asked me about challenges for smaller ports. I think simply the smaller ports are smaller companies, and I think it was already said that the team of these small companies is limited, so they have a limited human capacities to deal with quite complex issues. At the same time, if they are smaller, maybe sometimes it's easier to discuss and develop some projects at the port area. Secondly, as you may know, the ports are multi-stakeholders platforms, so it's always difficult, for example, to install or to invest in onshore power supply because you have many actors. You have ports, you have energy supplier, you have the city, you have the people around, etc. So it's quite complex issue. And then, of course, financial resources. It's also difficulties for the smaller ports to manage to invest in being green. So in this small intervention, I just wanted to pick up the main issues, and you are very welcome to visit our website or contact us if you would be interested in any more concrete development in our regions. Once again, thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much. And we will invite you to share the knowledge from the north to the south of Europe, because you could see that today the representation was mainly from the Mediterranean side and from Portugal. Thank you, Bogdan.
Thank you.
Now we go to the second part of our session, inviting 3 representatives from European Commission to advise us on existing instruments, on pathways to implement the decarbonization, and some ideas on how to move quicker and together. We have representatives from DG Mare, DG Move, and DG RTD. This is a very lucky session, to be honest, in my experience, because it's very difficult to have at least one representative from European Commission. So I thank you very much. I invite Andreea Străchinescu, Head of Unit on Maritime Innovation, Marine Knowledge and Investment from DG Mare. Andreea will share a presentation linking blue economy to green economy. She has several slides which are extremely useful to share and disseminate post-event. Andreea, you have 10 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm just trying to share my screen, not very clear. If
I know I had a problem as well, so please, backstage, help us.
Wait a second, I might be able. Can you see my screen?
No.
No, okay. In this case, so
Katerina. So, okay, it's coming. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Please, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So
no, it's not. Sorry,
it was then mine that you saw it. Okay, sorry. I will try it again. I will try to be very short. Okay, let's see.
It's okay. Well, we really need insight from European Commission, so please take your time. I was just yeah.
You're able to see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. I will try to be very short because I know very well that we want, of course, this presentation to be useful to the people who are listening to us. Briefly, I would like to introduce you and to show a little bit what is behind the European Green Deal and what is the level of support that can be considered for the green ports. First of all, if you look at the European Green Deal, probably it's not very obvious from the beginning where is the blue. But it's true that if we look a little bit on all the parts which are on the right side, in terms of biodiversity, pollution, blue economy, but also climate law, farm to fork, and sustainable, everywhere it's blue. So European Green Deal, even if it's green, it's for sure that blue, it's in everywhere. And all the priorities, I would say, that offer opportunities and have objectives for everything which is linked with a healthy ocean and waters. So concretely, we have as well, starting this year, we know it's the European Decade for Ocean Science, and there are clear objectives behind this, which are strongly linked to the European Green Deal strategies, and also there are the tools available in terms of supporting to achieve all these objectives. And I will speak briefly a little bit later. As Delia said, there are several slides, and I'll be more than happy to share them with all of you. I will not enter in too much detail. So first of all, we have a new approach for sustainable blue economy that was announced at the end of May 2021 this year. So the idea is, of course, to be able to ensure the sustainable transition of the blue economy of all its sectors, and to transform as well the blue economy value chains. In terms of decarbonization, and here, of course, to be able to explore the full potential of the offshore renewable energy, transition to zero-emission vessels, transform ports and hubs for sustainable development. But then all the objectives that are coming linked to biodiversity and the responsible sustainable food system and the circularity. There are, if you look a little bit in this, there are opportunities, I would say, quite a lot linked to what we spoke today. So blue economy, it's crucial. It's crucial in terms of the objectives that we have for 2050. The decarbonization mainly one, which will imply that quarter of electricity is going to be generated offshore, but also all the targets that are aiming at the reduction of emissions from maritime transport, and also more food, of course, to come from the ocean. And all of this put in the context of being able to maintain the European leadership in the maritime technologies. So we can say that the oceans are the new economic frontier. How we are going to finance? We are going to support research and innovation. Of course, that the infrastructure projects within the Connecting Bureau facility, and here, of course, the one linked to the maritime transport are eligible. The new InvestEU, but also the Recovery Fund Next Generation, the plans are still coming, and the latest ones are to be endorsed quite soon, and the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund and the Blue Invest. So there are a lot of, I would say, investment opportunities. First of all, European Investment Council, that it's supporting SMEs and startups that offer innovative solution in terms, depending on the technology readiness level that is proposed. Then the knowledge innovation community created by 2024 with looking as well as the maritime. And as I mentioned, the InvestEU that is going to offer, again, support to SMEs, but also to research, innovation, sustainable infrastructure, and the Maritime and Fisheries Fund. The landscape sometimes can look quite a lot difficult, and if there are any questions, as mentioned at the beginning, please do not hesitate to come later to us. So we have Horizon Europe financing research and innovation, and we are going to have a mission as well on ocean and waters that has 3 clear objectives in terms to protect and to restore the marine ecosystem, to prevent, eliminate pollution, and to make sustainable economy carbon neutral and circular. This is the mission, and there are going to be lighthouses in different places, in different sea basins. Just they are going to build, of course, on different stakeholders' participation, member states' involvement, and also being able to engage to the citizens. More details to come, I would say, in September 1st, when the communication on mission is going to be launched, and at the end of the year, and when we are going to have the first work program in which missions are going to be included, clearly published. Currently, the one that it's for 2021 has only the support action in order to see how the second step of the mission is going to be put in place. Let's not forget the clusters. We have a cluster 5 looking at climate, energy, and mobility, and also a partnership on waterborne transport. Research needs, not limited to this, but for sure linked to what the challenges are going to be for the zero emission ports, but also IT for smart logistics and alternative propulsion. Connecting Europe facility, big infrastructure projects, cross-border element important, and also could be blended with InvestEU. 1.2 billion cross-border renewable energy window, and cross-border renewable energy window can have, I would say, quite an important port dimension. I will come now to this, because already we know that the ports can be, I would say, important services provider for all the developments that are linked to offshore renewables. Already we have a platform that was built by Wind Europe. It's composed of 22 offshore wind ports, of course, that currently are around where the offshore renewables developments are happening. But in the perspective of 2050, we might see, of course, all the developments in all the sea basins in Europe. So important role of ports in terms of renewable energy offshore as well. European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, we have a 6 billion, not it's a huge budget. Most of the budget, it's in, I would say, in the management of the member states, but also a part is going to the direct management, and we are supporting activity. Fishing fleet as well eligible. Blue Invest, supporting SMEs to go from research to the market. So here it's a little bit, we have Horizon Europe and then Blue Invest. And of course, then after it's all the Green Deal. The Blue Invest, what it is, it's a community, it's a technical assistance, and we have as well, sorry for this, we have an academy, we have projects pipeline, and if you are interested to engage with us, please do not hesitate, considering that we have a new cycle in terms of support that is going to be given that in terms of technical readiness, with the deadline of application at the end of this month. So we have already a tracking record for ports. There are already interesting solutions. Please just look in terms of what was done up to now. And if you have interesting solution that might be supported, please do not hesitate. As I said, call open for the cycle 8, deadline 30th of July. Any questions, anytime now, or if we still have time, if not later,
Thank you.
please come back to us.
Thank you, Andrea, for the rich presentation and many instruments that you have shared with us. The presentation will be distributed. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions because of the technology. This platform will kick us out within 40 minutes, I guess. Sorry about this. The next representative from European Commission is Jürgen Bjerg, Deputy Head of Unit for Ports and Inland Navigation from DG Move. Jürgen, please. Jürgen will tell us about some sustainability aspects of smart mobility strategy and EU investment instruments. Thank you very much.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much, Delia, and thank you also to the organizers for the invitation to participate here. I'm trying to share my screen. It doesn't seem to be going very well.
So, Sophia, Rolanda, please help us if Jürgen cannot share the screen. Yeah, the platform is not very friendly, to be honest. For me, it's the first time that I'm using it.
Here we go.
Okay, yeah.
Here we go. That's
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. So, in addition to my colleague's presentation there of the Green Deal and the blue economy, I'll try to give you then a brief overview. And I know we don't have so much time of the relevant aspects from our sustainable and smart mobility strategy, which was adopted in December last year. So the European Green Deal calls for a 90% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from transport by 2050. And it's important that all the transport sectors contribute in order to achieve this. So we put forward this smart and sustainable mobility strategy then, which should help and identify pathways for the twin green and digital transitions of the transport sector, and also supporting its recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic, and build a resilient transport system for the future. It includes a number of flagship areas and an action plan with concrete policy actions. I will focus on the actions and the flagship of relevance for ports. It focuses on many of the things that have already been mentioned here. I was looking a bit at some of the presentations earlier in the previous sessions. And I think it is clear, of course, that ports have a lot of different roles and can contribute in a lot of different ways. There is already the key roles for ports, both as transport and clean energy hubs, which have been already highlighted today, and also in supplying renewable and low carbon fuel to the maritime sector, and to greening also the port services, greening the own activities of the ports. And I think all of these are also very relevant for small and medium-sized ports. I've also included then some concrete examples of initiatives that are coming up, which can be of relevance for ports. As many will have heard, there will be a legislative package coming out, we hope, next week, with a lot of legislative initiatives to promote the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. There are two of those I would particularly mention of relevance for ports. There's the so-called Fuel EU Maritime initiative, which aims at boosting the production and uptake of renewable low-carbon maritime fuels, and also the use of shoreside electricity in ports. And I'll perhaps focus a bit on this in the next slide as well. Then there's the revision of the Alternative Fuels Infrastructure Directive, which already exists and which will then mirror the FuelEU Maritime requirements and set the infrastructure requirements that ports will have to meet, including also on onshore power supply. We have also some other initiatives a little bit further ahead, some concrete guidelines, technical guidelines from the European Maritime Safety Agency on the use of shoreside electricity in ports. We are launching a large study on the capacity for greening of European seaports, which will run over the next 2 years. And also we have under the European Ports Forum, which is established under the Port Services Regulation, we have a sustainable port subgroup, which also looks at best practices and on sharing best practices. Just briefly on some of the investment instruments to support ports. My colleague already mentioned several of them, so I think I will just focus here on the Connecting Europe facility, the transport part. And what was rightly pointed out previously, the current CEF, which ends now, has focused a lot on the core ports. But I would like to say, though, that there have been projects in more than 100 ports. I think it's 119 in total during the last 7-year period in some 22 member states. So it reaches further than just the core ports. And the focus of the new Connection Europe facility will go more towards greening, and notably also the deployment of alternative fuels infrastructure and supporting this. And there will be a window for alternative fuels infrastructure, so it's a different window than the one that Andrea just mentioned on renewable energy. And for that will also be very relevant for comprehensive ports to apply under this for support for renewable energy and for onshore power supply. One of the projects that we have supported now here under the current CEF is called EELING, and it's a joint project with many ports, notably around the Mediterranean. It's led by Valencia port, but I think there are 16 ports altogether, and they aim to establish exactly this kind of framework which will help the ports roll out onshore power supply, a little bit like the project which was mentioned in the previous session on hydrogen vessels. And the aim is that this will lead to concrete results and concrete works then which could be supported under the next CEF. And I think that many other ports can also benefit from this sort of framework and this sort of work together. The rest of the financing instruments I think are well known. Just to sum up, I think there are many challenges and for ports in the future to contribute to the greening and to decarbonization, but there are also lots of opportunities. And again, as one of the interlocutors said, I think it's important that there's no one size fits all. Also for the small and medium sized ports, that they should try to find their niche and focus on where they can start and on concrete actions for them. So I think that's important, and that there will also be support available at EU level in the various programs, also for comprehensive ports. Thank you very much. I think that's what I was saying for now.
Thank you, Jorgen. I have a quick question for you in chat. Do you know when a first call of Connecting European Facilities of Transport will be announced?
Yes, not exact dates, but it will be announced after the summer. The Connecting Europe facility will, something like this. The Connecting Europe facility will only now be adopted by the European Parliament, and then I think we are more or less ready to launch the calls already in the autumn, both the general calls for grants, but also calls under the window I mentioned before for alternative fuels. So there will be possibilities.
Thank you particularly for the ideas and information on several instruments. And we're very pleased to have DigiMove with us, because mobility is everywhere. Ports are linked to cities through mobility. Now I invite the last speaker, Laura Hettel, Policy Officer for Future Urban Systems in DGRTD. She's also managing the international cooperation activities with cities, including the Euro-Mediterranean context, which is exactly where are we now. And we need probably to set up a network like Baltic Ports Organization. So Laura, please.
Thank you so much for having me. I hope my sound level is okay and you can hear me. And thank you so much for the interesting discussions and information. Very, very much appreciated for the food for thought that you have provided to us today. I will leave you with a few conclusion and give you a bit of a flavor of things to come, and we'll be glad to provide you more technical details, let's say, as we move down the way. I guess the main message that I wanted to convey you today is that no port is an island, right? So while it is very important to look inward and understand your strengths and needs, your vision and planning needs to be developed looking outward. So it's very important that you constantly ask yourself the question, how do I, as a port, fit into the bigger picture at local, regional, national, and European level? And this is very important for three reasons. First of all, we are all aware, and my colleagues and many of the speakers have shown very well the climate crisis that we are dealing with and the ambitions that we have under the European Green Deal. So if we want to respond to this, we have to think at systems level. So it cannot be any more about starting, let's say, sectoral projects in isolation and then trying to figure out down the road how we can glue the results towards a coherent whole. This is, first of all, highly inefficient. It is certainly costlier than it needs to be. And for me, the most worrying thing about it is that it locks up sectors into divergent development paths. And this is for decades to come, because we are talking about infrastructure here. So instead, the solution would be, of course, to first develop this umbrella vision for this system of systems, for how to blend and link energy, transport, built environment together with circular economy, also taking into account biodiversity and environmental quality concerns, of course. And once we have this vision, so we're turning the process on its head, and a vision that it's endorsed by the local stakeholders, we can then decline this vision into projects and move to implementation. The second point, do not underestimate the link between the level of cooperation in local governance and the success in attracting funding and financing. And I know many of you mentioned this as a concern, how complicated the financing landscape is and how competitive it is at the same time. What we noticed on our side, and this is time and again, is that a plan that is backed up by a local coalition, meaning that it can credibly prove that it has already negotiated and settled many of the local and sometimes diverging local interests, it's more successful in securing funding. And third, it's very important also to participate in learning networks. And I'm very grateful to have heard today from the Baltic Ports Association, from the CRPM, because these are networks in which in turn, you will be either a lighthouse entity that teaches others or a follower that learns from others. This is a wonderful way to save a lot of resources and time by taking true and tested solutions and by adapting them to your local conditions. Now, if you are a port city who has recognized yourself into this description and into the 3 points I have mentioned, so if you're trying to work based on a holistic systemic vision and then decline it at the level of projects, if you are looking to develop an investment plan and you need guidance on how and where and in what sequence, which is equally important, in what sequence to access funding. And if you want to build a local coalition for decarbonization, we have just finished designing an upcoming instrument that was tailor-made for you. The instrument is a mission, and my colleague from DG Mare also already mentioned it in the context of the ocean. In parallel, we will be also launching a mission on climate neutral and smart cities. This is an initiative that we will launch in late September, starting with a call of expression of interest, where the cities, led by their mayors, but also supported by a local coalition of businesses, research and academia, the civil society, and of course the citizen, will submit their local action plan. We, in turn, will accompany these cities for a period of at least 10 years. So we are not talking about an isolated sectoral project here. We are not talking about a 3 or 4 year long project. We are talking about long-term support in which we provide to you expertise and advice on how to make the vision that you have for your city using the local talents and using the linkages you have with organizations, that might be in your region or that might be across Europe. I have to say that we tested the appetite, let's say, the need for this mission in 12 European cities, and one of those cities is the city of Espoo. We tested the model with the citizens, and it was very positively received, especially as it concerns the idea that you empower those who are the problem owners to come up with their own ideas, right? The mission would be absolutely and completely a bottom-up initiative in which you decide the pathway that you want to choose towards decarbonization. Thank you so much, and I look forward to receiving your question and possibly having you as a city participating in the mission.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. I was just thinking that Aveiro, as a city port, with the port together, will make a fantastic case study because they are advanced and they are already collaborating, but the local-based energy solution is the key here, and they have very good, let's say, start in the journey towards this mission city. So we'll talk about this after the event. I will introduce you to my colleagues from Aveiro. So thank you, everybody, for this rich presentation and ideas exchange. We have probably 5 minutes before the closure for Q&A. So I will probably have the question for the practitioners regarding this network of small and medium ports. So we've realized that we need, to bring this community together. I'm talking about the researchers and the experts in the field. Particularly that examples of lack of engagement in Horizon 2020 and now Horizon Europe project will come. What will be the advice, for instance, from CPMR, from Espoo, from Bogdan, from Baltic Ports Organization, because the north of Europe is definitely very well prepared for this journey. The south of Europe has the source of energy, local-based solutions. But what will be the advice? How to set up this network? Is one of your organizations ready to incorporate this cluster? Or so, Bogdan, what would you suggest about our network, which is setting up, let's say, being birthed today, as of today? From tomorrow, we'll see how we go further.
So just to be clear, you're asking about how to create the platform of smaller ports around Europe, all Europe.
Yeah, the reason being, Bogdan, we already have different organizations. Yeah, we have Espoo, we have CPMR, very useful for port cities. But you also have experience on your organizations, So what will be, should we be a cluster in, because this network will work on decarbonization, yeah, implementing Green Deal and the pathway, yeah, up, let's say up to 2030, identifying solutions, implementing them, learning by doing mainly. So please.
Yeah, I have to say that, as I said, within our organization, we do have a network of smaller ports. We call it a comprehensive ports working group. And simply the reason to establish that was that those ports are having different challenges, different agenda, different problems. So it's hard for them, for example, to speak at the events with big ports, because the big ports are big, and smaller ports.
No, it's small and medium ports only. Big ports, yes, they know what to do. They have solutions.
So I would say, if you ask me how to do that in European scale, and in a sense that would deal with decarbonization, well, probably it's not that easy. But if you show them that such network would give them the opportunity to share or to learn, or to even maybe get together, and then maybe from this getting together this network would create an opportunity for new initiatives, new projects, maybe even financing. They would be interested, but you have to take into account that those ports are having small organizations, and they are not willing to spend too much time for meetings, yes, traveling, etc. So you have to
we have a virtual platform now. Yes, thank you. Very, very useful. Luca, what will be your advice? Quick advice. Do you think that CPMR can host this network, or Walter? After you, please. 1 minute.
Actually, I was yes, about to say the exact same thing as Bogdan said. Keeping in mind that people that are working in the ports, they're already doing their day-to-day job. Some of them are also involved in the activity led by ISPO, by Baltic Port Organization as well. And yeah, one thing would be to consider that they're already a full plate, and I would see. I think that using the opportunity of a project, whether it's the way it's financed, yes, and where the call comes from, is not the issue, but I would hardly see it being developed outside the framework of a European project, whether it's an Interreg project or an EMFF one, or I don't know. But I would hardly see it being developed outside the framework of the project, knowing that there are already networks of ports in the EU.
Thank you. Useful. Walter, your organization is about seaports. What about inland ports? What do we do? You've heard about Danube Delta. We will work a lot on those ports. They're very dynamic, and we need in Europe, inland waterways. So what is your suggestion for this network of ports, please?
Well, I would completely agree with you that these are very important players and important ports, and indeed inland waterways is an area where we would expect to see more attention coming from on the European level in general on the use and added value of inland waterways. But I wouldn't really want to speak too much on that topic, given that I'm sitting in the European Port House and we have the European Federation for Inland Ports just above us. So I think if you want some more detailed information on that, I would defer to my colleague on that.
We want to bring together small and medium ports, no matter if they are seaports or inland water. We don't want to separate them. You see, it's a totally different umbrella. But we'll talk about this after the event. Thank you very much. Thank you, the speakers, and particularly European Commission, for your time and the involvement in this event. So this helped us a lot, particularly with the information that we will share. So this concludes my this session 3, and I invite the CEO of Aveiro Port, Mrs. Fatima Alves, for the final conclusion of the entire webinar. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello, congratulations to all. I'm very grateful with this great event. That were indeed very interesting presentation and discussion. I think we can all agree on that. Amazing morning. This webinar was initiated as a result of the need we have realized when preparing the Port Net Zero proposal in the Green Deal calls. It showed the interest for decarbonization from different ports, associations, and other stakeholders. Several solutions and best practice were illustrated by large, medium, and small ports. Solutions had need to be further explored and learned from them. It was clear that the technology and tools are available now, but with different levels of market readiness, which certainly will allow ports during the upcoming years to make the disable energy and digital transition. We have stated that ports, small, medium, or large, according to their size, local characteristics, and financial availability, have in fact developing already actions and initiatives adapted to each one of them, resulting in multiple solutions that can be replicated, scaled up, or scaled down to other ports. European and national policies, both in terms of legislation and funding, have enabled the definition of port strategy towards these sustainable goals. What is lacking now is effective financial and technological support, so that small and medium-sized ports can also make this transition to carbon neutrality. Finally, we have achieved our main objective this morning, that is to set up not a network, but the network of small and medium ports that have need to be think and put in practices with all the support, with the support of all of us. Engage in this decarbonization process and discuss transferable solution between us, but also lessons learned from larger ports. Please let us know by email how do you see this network being set up and mainly how to move forward. My last words goes to all of you for coming, especially our distinguished speakers and moderators. Thank you for your time and interest in helping us to make this webinar possible, and also to all the others involved in this organization. Special thanks also to Canal Central, to all the technological support. Finally, but not the least, you are all invited to visit the Port of Aveiro here in Portugal. Have a great day. Hope to see you soon and keep safe. Thank you very much.